Meeting to order. Yep, for that. What's that?
Dr. Good down front.
Dr. Good, would you be so kind to do our invocation? Yeah. If everyone would please rise.
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, again we come and we thank you for allowing us to assemble together as we come to discuss your servants, come to discuss your business that pertain to this community, this county, and all of its residents that dwell therein. We ask that you will guide our minds with grace, integrity, lace it with character and audacity, Lord God, that we can discuss it and be pure in heart, that our thoughts may be clear, concise, and coherent, and that we can have a meeting that can bring forth change and transformation and make a difference. And we give you the honor and the glory. Amen.
If everyone would please stay standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and yeah. Got a low rider chair today. All right, we'll start off with opening board comments. Mr. Black, are you prepared to go first today?
I have several. I want to thank some residents of the Lake Landor community. They did a toy drive, Chase Smith, Pam Taylor, over Saturday, and there was literally hundreds and hundreds of toys. Some of them were a lot of them are really good. They gave away, and that was done by the citizens right there in the community. So congratulations. The senior gala, I think 4 of the 6 of us were there. That was a huge hit on, I guess it was Thursday of this. They had to move it because of the weather coming in, but it was a huge hit, really, really good time. So that is something that the county does that is an excellent event. So everyone, I know there was a lot of people, Caroline's Promise, Rappahannock Agency on Aging, I think, was involved, the schools. So to everyone that was involved in making that happen, thank you, because that's for a lot of people, that's their Christmas. So good job there. Over Thanksgiving, again, and this will be brought up later on, I know some people are coming for public comment time, and it was not the fault necessarily of Aqua. However, a water main was hit in the Lake Landor subdivision on Wednesday, and because of that, people lost pressure and were put on a water notice, and pretty much the whole subdivision was without water for Thanksgiving and the Friday after, and then going into Saturday. So one of the absolute worst times for a water main to break. I was down in Florida talking to different entities and how to clear it up, and it's not easy because you got to do testing twice. I would like, if the board and the staff, I think there is something that we can move forward with a county ordinance disallowing entities to be digging near water lines. I think Mr. Schiebel said that's kind of common practice before before a major holiday, because that would have prevented that. If we had something in place with some teeth behind it that subcontractors can't dig near water lines within, say, 48 hours of a major holiday, that would have prevented something like this from happening. And the last thing is tonight on the, I know it's going to be part of the agenda, or we'll be talking about it at least, the Aqua rate case. We have to decide tonight. I am in favor of obviously participating in that case due to unique circumstances with them being taken over. I do want to thank the Department of Health. They have been doing a ton of testing in the Lake Landor subdivision for that. And also, we got to start, I also want to thank the newly elect, not even seated yet, Delegate Cole. I've been on the phone with her several times and at length, and I know staff has too, about things that we could do to maybe possibly kind of start boxing in some of this, legislate some of this ridiculousness that's allowed to happen. And finally, saw a news article today. The State Corporation Commission up in Pennsylvania told Virginia American Water, or I'm sorry, Pennsylvania American Water, that their latest rate case, which is their fourth in 5 years, that it had to be thrown out. So there is a possibility that the legislation and court cases can actually finally start to have a say, because the idea that someone should pay $250 a month for water and sewer is absolutely embarrassing. So that's my comments. And finally, on a positive note, I hope everyone has a Merry Christmas. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Black. Mr. Thomas?
I just really had one. Unfortunately, I was sick and unable to attend, but I wanted to say congratulations and thank you to all of those who worked on the senior gala. It is an excellent event, and it's kind of a tribute to all of those people who've worked in the county all their lives and struggled to make the county what it is, and it's a small way that the county kind of pays them back. So again, thank you for that, and that's all the comments I have.
Mr. Underwood?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just have a couple. I too attended the senior gala and it was a wonderful event. I think sometimes we do forget our seniors who have paved the way for us to continue to grow and be where we are, who sometimes in times of trouble that the county has been in, we've made some bad decisions sometimes, but they hung in there with us and supported us, and certainly we'd like to, I just had a great time with the seniors and they enjoyed it. My second comment is, Ms. Long is not here, but she's on her way. She's with her husband who had surgery. But Ms. Long has been our chairman for the last year. Just wanted to thank her for doing a wonderful job and leading us and keeping us calm when we were in the midst of a storm sometimes between us 6 members up here. My final comment is, hope that everyone has a very Merry Christmas and a New Year. And just remember what the reason for the season really is, a time for reflecting and sharing with those who are less fortunate than we are. That's my comments, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Underwood. Mr. Seeler?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I'd like to remind everybody that the Bowling Green, if you live in Bowling Green, the light contest for the businesses and the homes will be judged on the 12th. Everybody who's signed up, I hope everybody's ready. The lights look really great. Main Street looks fabulous. That is in preparation for the 13th, the Bowling Green Parade, which is Saturday evening. I think the lineups, I think it kicks off at 5 or 5:30, don't remember which, but somewhere in that range. And I'd also like to compliment the Senior Citizens Gala. It was really a fantastic night considering they had to move it up one night. And there were some people, I think, that were caught by surprise by that, but I don't know how else you tell everybody that you're moving it other than the ways that everybody found out. But anybody that missed the move, I'm sorry for the folks that put it on, because it is a monumental event, and then to move it up a day has to be a huge challenge. And I too would like to thank Mrs. Long for her year as being chairman and getting us through the year with all the various and sundry issues we've had this year. So I'd like to thank her, even though she's not here this evening. And thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I will mimic some of my colleagues' comments regarding the senior gala, that there's not a successful event without an enormous amount of work and coordination and logistics, especially like what Sheila said, bringing it up a day. Also like to thank Ms. Long for her service, and hopefully she'll be here to close us out just a little bit. But with that, I will close opening board comments and take any amendments to the agenda for this evening.
I'll make a motion, we adopt the agenda as presented.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor for accepting the agenda as it is, say aye.
Aye.
All right, we have an agenda for this evening, and that with that, we'll move right into presentations and reports. The resolution of appreciation for organizations that contribute to the Thanksgiving Appreciation Dinner for first responders and public utilities and employees working on the holiday, Thanksgiving. Mr. Underwood?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As many of you know, and probably sometimes don't think about, that during our Thanksgiving holidays, our first responders, our public utilities people, they still work on those days. And I just thought it was brought to my attention that Pastor Good would like to do something for and help put together a dinner. And it was to make sure that those people who were working know how much we appreciate them. And I just can't thank Chief Loftus and Sheriff Mosier and all of the people involved to make this a success. So I have a resolution that I'm going to read for Dr. Good, if you come forward, and Chaplain Joanna Carter and Chaplain Johnson. I have this resolution I'd like to read for you. A resolution of appreciation for organizations participating in the Thanksgiving Appreciation Dinner for first responders and essential public utility workers. Whereas every Thanksgiving Day, it is estimated that hundreds of thousands of first responders and public water and wastewater system operators in the United States spend the day at home away from their families while providing essential services to their fellow citizens. I'd just like to add to Mr. Black's comments that they're needed, and we just don't really say enough about those folks who not only work and pay a price, but pay additional price away from their families. Whereas, as a show of gratitude for their dedicated services, several Caroline County organizations came together on November 27th of 2025 to provide a Thanksgiving appreciation dinner for all 70 first responders for the Caroline County Department of Fire and Rescue and the Caroline County Sheriff's Office and field personnel for the Department of Public Utilities working on Thanksgiving Day. Whereas 70 Thanksgiving gobbler bowls consisting of turkey, stuffing, cranberry sauce, mashed potatoes, and gravy were provided by the Board of Supervisors for distribution to these essential employees. In addition, 107 Farms provided 70 sealed giving boxes of food managed by Chaplain Joanna Carter and Chaplain Jay Johnson. The Cancer Care Ministry of Caroline vicinity, which includes St. James Baptist Church, Reedy Church Baptist Church, Long Branch Baptist Church, and Mount Salem Baptist Church, provided 70 sweet potato pies and 7 sweet potato and apple pies managed by Dr. Bernard Good. And whereas Dr. Good, who serves as the chaplain for the Caroline County Department of Fire and Rescue and pastor of Mount Salem Baptist Church, and Captain Edward Bowen of the Caroline County Department of Fire and Rescue were instrumental in planning the Thanksgiving Appreciation Dinner, which was enthusiastically approved by Fire Chief Jason Loftus. And whereas Scott Mosier and Captain Tyler Lloyd of the Department of Fire and Rescue graciously arranged for the pickup and delivery of all meals and giving baskets to the individuals at their workstations. And whereas the efforts of all the organizations were a great success in calling attention to the critical work that our first responders and our essential Department of Public Utility workers perform on a daily basis and help to make the sacrifices that bear to the service to their community during the holiday season. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Caroline County Board of Supervisors
hereby express its sincere gratitude and appreciation to all the organizations that had a hand in organizing and carrying out the 2025 Thanksgiving Appreciation Dinner for first responders and essential public workers, and encourages the continuation of this wonderful event in the future. Signed and adopted the 9th day of December 2025, signed by Charles M. Cully, Clerk of the Board, and Ms. Nancy Long, Chairman. Thank you guys for what you do. I appreciate it. Resolution. If you want to say anything first, Pastor? You guys want to say anything first? You can. Ms. Carter?
Certainly, I do want to thank all of the Honorable Board of Supervisors, and I do want to thank Chief Lawters and Sheriff Moser, and to the chaplains, and I want to thank Mount Salem Baptist Church, who have always been very supportive of whatever ideas that I have in terms of helping people in our great county. And again, we are humbled to receive this resolution. Again, thank you.
They're coming.
Yeah.
Mr. Forehead, thank you for starting the meeting and getting us going. And hopefully my son is at the house now babysitting his father, so he behaves himself after his surgery.
You want to go for a run?
Don't give him any ideas. Don't give him any ideas. All right, where are we, gentlemen? At presentations was second. Meadow and Vet Park. Is it that time of the year again, Marlene? Time for our annual report. Where has the year gone?
I kind of felt the same way. Well, thank you all for the time tonight. And I am actually earlier than normal, and I decided that it was timely to give you an idea of how the year's gone and not wait till spring of next year. So just kind of a high-level overview, and then I'm happy to entertain any questions. So I always like to lead with the state fair because that's what pays most of our bills. We had a great state fair despite losing our opening Saturday to rain. The good news, bad news is we only got 0.35 inches. Doswell had the lowest amount in the Richmond region, but it poured everywhere else. So it was a challenging day, but overall the state fair this year did 215,000 people. So I was pleased with that. I think our average when I ran it post-pandemic is around 211. Just some highlights, we're selling more and more and more and more tickets online. So we've spent a lot of energy in our internet, our backbone, our fiber, wireless capacity at the Meadow. We beat our averages even with a major day of rain on our carnival sales. And our food sales continue to climb. People just love fair food. They love fair food, but I would also say that mimicking much like grocery stores and fast food and every other type of food we buy, prices are up some. So that has to account for it. One of the things I'm most pleased with is we had a 33% sponsorship partner growth. That's a record growth in that area this year. So this means the companies who invest in the State Fair and want to be a sponsor, like Luckstone, Amazon this year for the first time, and I've got a video a little later on that I hope will work that y'all can see. That's a really, really good number and means businesses believe that by being involved, they can grow their own business. So I always share our social media numbers. We have 145,000, actually, as we're probably pushing 146,000 right now. And that is Facebook and Instagram. So we're very much tied to digital media and how we tell our story. And those numbers are what get us engaged and in line with companies. They need people, and they know that whatever they are selling or their logos or their story, we're going to put that in front of a very large audience. The bad news is when you have a rainy day at the State Fair on a Saturday, watching the comments on Facebook is not fun, but you have to take the good with the bad. It's definitely an audience we've grown and very solid. This is kind of the same message. I wanted to share one of our top performing posts. People like the visuals of amusement rides. So you'll see 445,000 impressions. But the one that's really stunning in the middle, the giant pumpkin story annually, is one of the most engaging events we have. We had a little bit of a dispute this year because the giant pumpkin, which it's a sanctioned event and people travel around the Mid-Atlantic region, and the pumpkin came from Pennsylvania, and our Virginia folks were not happy. So that is, I call that my bat chart. That's from 2019 on the left to 2025 on the right. Of course, 2020, you don't see a dot. We did not have the fair that year. We had a very rainy fair in 2022, but for the most part, given good weather, we're still pushing 240,000, anywhere from 220 up to 240 on State Fair attendance. So, and the average is in that those years 211,000. As you all know, I'm a big believer in doing things in the community, and we started the State Fair Cares program 2 years ago. This year, we changed our promotional schedule slightly, but we did, we had 1,544 pounds of canned food donated, school supply items, a little over 550, and that's school supply items and gloves and a few winter coats. And so we give people a discount in the morning, those early morning visits, if they bring something, and I think it's well over 50%. We turn around, take those and donate them back in the community. So a chunk of the canned food items went to St. Mary's Church Food Pantry in Ladysmith. They also got some school supplies and some of the winter gloves, and then the other remaining portion went to the Louisa County Resource Council. This was a fun thing this year. We finally got a school program off the ground in September, and we simply gave third graders in Caroline County who would read 2 books from the time school started until about September 21st, 22nd. If they read 2 books, wrote the books down, turned in the form to their teacher, we gave them a ticket to the state fair, and they got a blue ribbon bookmark. It was fun, and they actually had 176 third graders who read books. So we plan to keep rolling this out, and I think the easiest thing for us to do next year is just expand it into, my goal would be to go at least kindergarten through 4th grade and just open it wide open. So that was a fun program to do this year as well. One of the things that's core to our mission, we talk about a lot of the fun things about the state fair, but we hang our hats on the Ed Expo program, and we had 16,000 youth who traveled to Doswell to participate in everything from FFA programs, forestry, logging, Skills USA programs, which are really focused on trades, cosmetology, welding, bricklaying, some really great activities. That's the highest number we have had since the state fair moved to the Meadow. So my team member who works that program and those programs has done a great job creating some new partnerships. The tough thing nowadays that we're really looking at is a lot of the challenges are transportation costs. So we actually are pairing some businesses up with schools and awarding some transportation grants. So schools from further away, the Roanoke Valley, down into Southwest Virginia, that we have a pool of money that the schools can use to try to keep the kids coming. We topped $1 million in scholarships awarded this year, and that's since Farm Bureau purchased the property in 2013. And then I'm hoping we can get this Amazon video to play. Looks like it's going to work.
We are at the State Fair of Virginia.
Welcome to the State Fair of Virginia.
As you can hear.
And we are at the beautiful Meadow Event Park in Doswell, Virginia.
Every activity that we do works through learning through play.
So it's allowing students to engage in a fun way with technology and coding that they will be seeing in their future careers.
We were super excited the first year for Amazon to be a corporate partner of the State Fair.
So it was really good to engage with the community. A lot of excitement. We got some cool swag that we gave out. We've got some cool toys over at the Think Big activation. People were coming out, talking to us, and just a lot of positivity from the local community.
I thought that was great. They filmed throughout the fair, and they had a special day on Tuesday, and then that video lives on the Amazon YouTube portal, which I was just at a meeting of events across our country, and not any other state fair had Amazon as a partner. So we were really proud of that. And that really shows off how you can have fun and also focus on education at the same time. I wanted to give you just a quick glimpse of capital projects. So literally 2 weeks ahead of the state fair, we finished the replacement of the entire HVAC system on the Farm Bureau Center. We're in final permitting on our maintenance facility, which is long overdue, and the guys are super excited about finally having a building to work in. We are taking a hard look at pedestrian walkways, and I'll show you a slide after this that explains that a little more. We will continue replacing restrooms, and we're looking hard up in what we call Harvest Landing, which is near the Meadow Hall and the Meadow Pavilion, where we're doing so many things in those gigantic tents. We have to get out of the tents long term to really be able to grow the programming and just to be able to deal with weather issues a little better. If you look at the yellow lines, you're actually looking at the front of the Farm Bureau Center. So with the exception of the perimeter road where you see those yellow highlighted lines, those are currently not pedestrian walkways. So what I'm looking at is the only way we can really grow our attendance besides growing it in the weekdays is we have to have better ways to move people and take advantage of the large grass areas, the rest of the festival loop circle. So if you imagine a big crowd walking in under something that looked like this, you've given them 2 additional ways to walk instead of walking in and going left or forward. We give them, actually, we would have a total of 4 directional points. So this is, we had a company in during the state fair, very initial phases, really discussion only. It would probably require moving some utilities, but I think it's the only way, it is the critical way that we can actually grow and that people feel more comfortable on a very busy Saturday. So we've been working, I think this effort started back in the summer, spring. In the kind of the upper right of that picture, you see the red circle, and that is near the water towers, to the north of the water towers, to the Meadow Descendants group, to try to identify the site of what is thought to be a slave cemetery. They did actually do an excavation after, it was after this year's state fair or just right before, I can't remember now, but don't have any reports back. It's most likely that it's either just on the inside of our property line or on the north of the adjoining the Cove property. So there'll be more to come on that, but we've, worked with the group, and we'll probably, I would suggest we have a report back, I think, in a month or 2, and we'll know kind of what they found. Into next year, we're looking at a 3-year renewal on our Illuminate Light Show, which is going on now. Few new events sprinkled in, a big food fest event, another new dog show, which puts us at about 10 or 11, I think, for the year. One of a big win especially for our owner, Farm Bureau, the Ag Expo has moved around Virginia, and especially on this eastern side of the state. It's actually moving to the Meadow in late July, early August. And part of that is basically a lot of vendor activity, all ag focused, but there'll also people will be able to walk to the adjoining property to see some of the crops being grown. So we're looking forward to that. We all know, no secret, that the after hours concerts have had permitting issues. So I think it's looking not likely that we'll have those. And I do think for this year, I kind of ran some numbers the other day that I think we'll continue to hit that 500,000 mark on people who've been to the Meadow throughout the year. So we don't always know when we start the year where we're going to end, but overall, when I look back on this year, it's been a solid year, and we keep navigating more competition in the market. Things happen, things break. The 330-acre infrastructure, when you look at some of the age of the buildings, they're in that 20 to 25-year range. So all in all, a good year, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Does anyone have any questions? Mr. Forehand.
Balloon glow.
Balloon glow is a tethered balloon, meaning they don't leave the ground. So it's a night evening event.
Okay.
It is actually a totally turnkey event that will be staged in our large parking lot.
Okay.
All generator driven.
But not leaving the ground.
Not leaving the ground.
Oh, there's some scar tissue there.
Yeah, I'm well aware of that.
Anyone else? Any more questions?
When is that? When is Balloon Glow?
That is May 5th and 6th.
Thank you.
Mr. Black.
Yeah, I just want to, I had an opportunity to go this year, and It's an awesome event, so thank you.
Thank you.
I really enjoy that. I will say the concert series is, that's a sad situation, because if there's anything you can do, or we can work together to bring that back, because in all the concerts that I have attended there, it is a really good time, and it's I never ever thought I would be saying that I would be seeing Darius Ruckert in concert in Caroline County. You know, usually I'm going to, Jiffy Lube Live or somewhere like that, which is a couple-hour drive, or maybe down to Richmond. But I don't like to see the loss of that, and we've talked about this before. But that was a amazing thing that we had going there. So if there's anything that we can do to bring it back, I would like to work on that with you. So thank you.
Sure. Thank you.
Mr. Underwood.
Marlene, just want to say, again, thank you for all you do for, you're in my district, so,
Thank you thank me for not causing phone calls.
don't forward them to me, but, you guys have done an excellent job there, and just like, whatever the overall arching goal is, that we can play a big part in making sure you continue to grow. And you talk about 500,000 people coming to the park to come into Caroline County. I'd just like to see us play a bigger role, if we could, to let people know, or do something for folks coming to Caroline County.
Yeah, I should have mentioned too, I'm remiss in not thanking the tourism staff who, during the week of the State Fair, actually takes one of the lobbies in the Farm Bureau Center and distributes information. They're great. They welcome, they answer questions, and that's been a great partnership. And I think the thing I think about most is we really are hotel short in Caroline, and we're sending so much business into Hanover County and tax revenue, and we do sit on the line, and even the hotels that are right across the line in Hanover, they've gone through some renovations, but we're still sending a lot of people further south. So that would be a long-term goal would be to keep that revenue in the county.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Anyone else? Thank you so much.
Can we follow up with that particular comment with her and Mr. Wilson to keep that revenue in the county? I think that's something we need to do, and we tried to do before, Marlene, but it's time to focus on it for sure.
Yeah, and Mr. Wilson's always happy to talk to anyone about new businesses or income for the county. So you certainly can reach out to Mr. Wilson anytime.
Sure.
All right, thank you
all
so much.
You're welcome.
All right, Mr. Cully, are you up for the insurance? Mr. Partners.
That would be me. This needs to go up a little bit. Madam Chair, members of the board, speaking of that time of year, it is again time to consider the renewal of the county's employee medical and dental insurance. The new plan year begins March 1st, 26 and runs through February 28th, 2027. We have with us tonight Mary Jones from One Digital, who is our benefits consultant, and she's going to go over a presentation after I make some introductory remarks. Unfortunately, we're facing a double-digit increase next year, 11.5% to be precise. Mary was telling me the average increase is about 18%. So even though it's not good news, we're when you measure against the average, we're doing fairly well. But we're seeing an increase in our medical trend, our prescription drug trend, and then the cost of reinsurance, which as a self-insured entity, we have to have. It protects us against the large losses. And we've had one claim just by itself is over $800,000. So that has helped drive a spike in the cost of reinsurance. But we provided 4 options for the board's consideration in the packet. There's a lot more detail in the memo, of course. What we've provided is simply options for to give the board a point to start from, but they range from the county picking up anywhere of 100% of the cost down to 25, with the employees picking up the remainder. The increase year over year, for the example of the county picking up, the board picking up 100% would be $819,000, $408 to be precise. So it is a significant increase. All the options that we presented assume that the current plans and the structure remains in place. We are recommending a change in the dental plan this year, going from self-insured to a fully insured. It would actually cost us less money, provide a little better benefits, and see a reduction of about, I think it's 7.3%, or about $18,000, if I remember correctly. With that, I'll ask Mary to walk through her presentation, and then we'll answer any questions the board may have. Mary.
Thank you. Welcome, Mary.
All right. Well, good evening, Madam Chair, board members. So as Alan had mentioned, we are faced, unfortunately, with a higher than expected, or what anybody anticipated, renewal this year, and that's kind of what we're seeing across the board, unfortunately. But as Alan mentioned, we have provided 4 options for you to review when it comes to the medical insurance. So the first option is basically the county absorbing the entire increase. So you can see that that equates to the numbers that Alan shared. So the 11.5% increase is about $819,000, which would have a 0 impact to the employees, and the county would absorb the entire portion. And this is assuming that we would keep the plans as is. Oh, sorry. Thank you. The second option is the county absorbing 75% of the increase. So again, taking that 11.5% increase, the impact to the employees would be about 32,000, just shy of 33,000, and the total impact to the county would be about 787,000. Again, assuming that the plan designs would remain as is. The third option is splitting it 50-50. So basically, based off of your methodology, contribution methodology that you have today, the county would absorb 754,000 approximately, and the employees would absorb about 66,000. Again, assuming that the plan options would remain as is. And then the fourth and final option is the county absorbing 25%, which would have the employees picking up the higher percentage of 75%, which equates to about 98,000, about 99,000 for the employees, and 720,000 for the county. Any questions on the medical piece?
Madam Chair, I do. I noticed on the options, you didn't give an average of what it would cost the average employee if they were going to do the 25%.
So that was included in the board packet.
I don't see, maybe I missed it. I see the total amount of increase.
So I don't know if you want to share this with him.
Is this?
I think the chart's in the back of the last page.
This is the one that I have. Is that
Question.
Mr. Chair. But to the employee, the average employee. This is the average. Okay.
Mr. Forehand?
This is the, okay, gotcha.
So,
It just says amount of increase. Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Mr. Forehand?
So it is.
so the 100% of the increase is 819,000.
Correct.
How is 25% of that 720,000?
So it's based off of your contribution methodology that you have today.
Okay.
So today you're picking up,
Which is in the board packet as well.
yeah,
I think it's actually embedded in the memo.
it's on page 3 of the memo.
So it's more of a composite number, not an actual
Correct.
strict
Correct.
percentage. Okay.
Right, that's what, okay, that makes sense.
Makes it very hard to follow linearly.
Because it's not a linear number.
No,
That
no.
is the problem with any of these. Is
Anything but a linear number.
right. And to convert that, because I try to convert that to a linear number and you can't, you can do it, but it's mind numbing.
It's a porcupine.
Yes.
Madam Chair, can I ask a question?
Yes, Mr. Thomas.
Mr. Parton, I know we get this presentation at the end of the year and we usually have to make a decision in the next month or so. Is that date February or is it January?
Or is it December 9th?
We would prefer a decision as soon as possible, but if additional time is needed to the first meeting in January, I think we're okay with that. We would like a decision on the dental coverage, because that would be new, and that's a very small percentage.
Yeah, and
of the cost.
that's fairly simple. The reason I ask that is we're looking at a delta of $819,000. My thought is the county absorbed that entire number, so there's no impact to the employees. But I can't necessarily say absorb that entire number, and I have no idea what our budget situation is, especially since we haven't received the audit yet. So I feel a little put off trying to make a decision in the blind. Do you wanna say something, or are you just waiting for us to decide?
No,
That's your
I
decision.
yeah,
You're good?
completely,
Okay.
yeah, completely get that. The timing is unfortunate a little bit because of, the earliest we can get it and get a really accurate snapshot is to bring it now, and then you've got open enrollment coming up, and
Right.
so there's some windows there that.
Well, I'm all for making a decision on the dental now, which is fairly simple, but trying to bite off 819, I don't know what Mr. Cully is recommending or where he even is. Oh, he's in the back. So,
And are you finished?
I'm finished, thank you, ma'am.
On the dental, I have a friend who is a dentist. Doesn't like dental, does not like Delta. She will not take any more Delta patients because their payout is so poor. However, so I call my dentist and I say, will you take Delta? No, but we'll take Delta Premium or Premier.
Premier. Mhm.
So what are you recommending? Because I sort of like my dentist and I don't want to lose
So
them.
part of the analysis that we did was a network disruption, and there was less than a percentage point disruption in the network based off of what your folks currently use from providers. I will tell you that Delta Dental is very strong in this space, in particular in the public sector.
Because it's
Uh,
inexpensive.
I'm sorry.
Because because they have the lowest rates.
No, I think primarily because they work with the state of Virginia. They have the contract with the state of Virginia. They have the contract with the local choice, which is for local government. So that gives them an opportunity to law of large numbers, if you will, to provide an offering in the public sector at a stronger rate.
I didn't see anything about their upgraded program in the presentation for the premiere. It's very simple, and I know more than one dentist. I have a neighbor who's a dentist. They don't want Delta either.
Sure.
He doesn't want Delta. So there's no sense in us signing a contract with a dental plan that our employees can't get.
Well, and again,
Yeah.
based off our analysis, because what we do when we do a network disruption is we take and look at the providers your folks are currently using, and we ask anybody who is going to provide a proposal to take that and overlay it on their network to identify where there's any gaps. And there's less than a percentage of providers that do not accept Delta Dental that are currently accepting Anthem. So it's when you look at disruption based off of the size, that's very minimal disruption. And Delta is also willing to work on recruiting providers into their network if need be.
And do you also offer both fields of Delta, the Premier and the Flat Delta?
Yes.
Will both of those be available to our employees?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
All right. Mr. Seeley.
Here's my first apprehension. I've watched many entities go from self-insured to what is considered public and cheaper, only to be followed up the next year or the year after that with a 20 or 18% increase.
Mm.
Though it looks good today, and I agree, $18,000 difference. What's the guarantee that next year we won't see that not only go away, but we actually rise through it?
They have provided a 3-year rate guarantee, so we would not see any adjustment to your rates for 3 years.
How do we know if we were on premium or just the regular Delta Dental? Because I know several dentists as well that do not like Delta at all.
So it's a matter of the provider. So you have providers who will contract only at the premier level, but you will have providers that contract at the premier level, at the regular network level, and then there's providers who don't contract at all. So you have a 3-tier network. So it's up to the provider. So when somebody looks, so if I go as a consumer and I look up my provider, it'll tell me in the Delta Dental website whether they are a premier provider or not.
Do you know what their after the end of this 3 years, what their history has been? Have you gone back 6 to look at the 6 years back, the 3-year mark, and then today, and where they are in terms of just cost? Because I've watched a number of organizations get bit from going self-insured to going back to the quote-unquote provider.
Right. Well, and I do not have those numbers here with me this evening. I can tell you again, this is a space that Delta Dental they like to work in. So I would, just off the top of my head, I would say that their average increase is probably below in the public space than what we would see within the rest of the market.
Because so our actual premium increase would be 7.3 if we continued in the realm that we're in, correct, for next year?
The dental would go down by 7.
No. If we didn't go to Delta, if we stayed in the sphere of self-insured, you're saying here.
It actually would end up being a little bit higher because today your plans don't include these enhancements. So to implement these enhancements in your plans today with Anthem, you're going to be looking more at about a 15 to 18% increase, because there's 3 plan design changes that are going to be included with the Delta Dental plan. One of them is increasing the annual max benefit from $1,250 to $2,000 on the high plan, which most of your people participate in. Also, the high plan will increase the orthodontic benefit, the lifetime benefit, from $1,250 to $2,000. And then orthodontic coverage will now become available to both adults and children, where currently it's only available to children. So to have these benefits added to your existing plan with Anthem, it's going to increase it by about 15 to 18%.
And I still can keep my dentist because I can pay the higher rate and get the premier rate from Delta, or not?
The premier is a network. So
Right.
if your doctor or dentist participates in the premier network, then absolutely you'll get the higher reimbursement rate.
Okay.
I'm sorry? Well, you'll still get reimbursement. It's just not going to be at a higher rate. So if you have a $100 cleaning bill in the premier network, they may reimburse at 90%, where the other network may reimburse at 85%. So you still have a good benefit comparable to what you have today.
And do we assume that, and you know what happens when you assume, but that you still get the 2 dental-free cleanings a year and your x-rays a year, as we've had without this?
All of that's the same. People who need more cleaning, so diabetics, pregnant women, people who have periodontal disease, they will be able to get additional cleanings as well.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Black.
Just got a couple questions. Do you guys ever recommend, or do you ever have counties that go inter-county, like you might have multiple counties on one plan, in other words, for increasing the pool? And then the second thing is, do you deal with counties, like I've always questioned, and I know Mr. Thomas has too, like working with a school system, because they have more employees than we do. So you're increasing the pool size by saying, hey, we're going to have the county schools and the government entities, firefighters on one. Would that be a benefit to us? I mean, I know it's kind of a big picture thing, but I was just wondering, either working with other counties, I would just kind of think the bigger the pool, the better, but I don't know, man, I could be wrong.
No, you're right, because we do have other localities who combine the schools in the county, and that creates kind of law of larger numbers. So it gives you more buying power, if you will, and more flexibility with plan designs. Some of the issues I can tell you we've run into in doing that is, it's always seen perceptually that the county or the cities own the purse strings. So, and the schools are bigger, so they want a bigger say in this decisions, but that doesn't always work that way. So sometimes you have some of them don't work. Let's put it that way. Some of them work really well.
Okay. And what about like inter counties where you have multiple counties working together?
That would be a little bit longer exercise, because that would have to have some approvals, because now you're talking about creating a consortium,
Right.
which is really what the local choice is
Okay.
in the state of Virginia. So there's quite a few loopholes that we'd have to go through to get that approved.
Okay. Thank you. I was just curious. Thank you.
Madam Chair. I would just like to talk to, I mean, I know several dentists, as does Mrs. Long, just to see what their preference is. I don't want to make a decision in a step that makes folks go, I've lost my dentist. And I understand your 1%. I get it. I just don't know what that always means, because 1% of all the dentists in the region, 1% of the dentists just in our pool, or 1% of the dentists in the state. I mean, there's 1% can be construed a couple of different ways. So I guess I first want your definition of what the 1% is.
So that's based off of the dentists that your people are using today.
Okay.
So if we change, because I'm using a dentist today, but when I called, they said, well, that, if you change, it's fine, but we won't take Delta. We'll take the Premier, but we won't take the Delta coverage. Can I upgrade to the Premier?
So there isn't anything you as a consumer would have to do. It's the provider. So if they are contracted as a premier provider with Delta Dental, then they should be accepting that insurance.
Right. Well, and I know they do take it, but your report just says Delta. It doesn't say Delta Premier. So I just want to make sure that if we were to make this change, I could get the Premier level and not lose my dentist, considering I'm in the process of getting some work done. I really don't want to change at this point. So I just wanted to zone in on that, because there could be some other employees in the same situation, especially with dental orthodontist work and that type of thing.
Yeah, so the Premier is there isn't a Delta Dental Premier company. There's a Delta Dental Virginia company. But there is a Delta Dental Premier network.
Right.
So by virtue of the fact that you would be covered under Delta Dental of Virginia, the company, you are gaining access to the Delta Dental Premier network.
Okay. Mr. Seeley.
So
you're asking for a decision tonight, I take it?
Well, we can hold off.
If possible, if the board's not ready to make the decision, we'll bring it back.
I mean,
I'd like to study a little bit, maybe the first meeting in January.
We don't meet again until January, what? I mean, what?
think it's the 13th.
13th. So my concern is, I know for government it's different, but how does this affect employees who, how does this affect, like, I know we've got 30 plus days until we meet again. So how does this affect the people that are working for us, the deputies, the firefighters? I mean, how does that affect them?
It's
just gonna crunch the open enrollment.
Right, it's just gonna, right now, it won't impact anybody, because this is all for a 3/1 effective date. What'll happen is
We
the
don't
open
renew till
enrollment.
March
March,
1.
Okay.
yeah, when you
all
said 3/1, that's March 1st, just so everybody knows.
That's
Right,
March
so-
1st, yes.
So
So,
we have time to make a decision, have further investigation without hampering anyone or changing anybody's service.
Okay.
Plus, they have the need to do open enrollment. So if we make a decision in January at our first meeting, that's going to work out for you without putting any undue strain on your, process.
yes,
And then we also get a chance to figure out what the county administrator is going to recommend from a budget perspective.
yes.
Okay.
Okay.
That works. And also, are we gonna have presentations done for the employees at each department?
Mhm.
Okay,
Yes,
just wanted to make sure that they can answer all the questions
Yeah.
and ask all the questions that I've asked.
yeah,
That'll
no, we
happen-
absolutely will.
That'll happen before,
Yeah, we're not, they're going to have those.
Right.
when
they're
are
right.
those presentations to employees?
I do not believe the date has, well, I think a tentative date has been set, but we will probably have to push it back a little bit because of the dates were set based off of decisions being made
Right.
this evening. So the dates will probably be pushed back a little bit. So probably the end of January, if I had to guess.
We did those last year.
Yeah.
Yes,
Right? Yeah, they were
Yeah, we
here-
do
here
them
in
every
this
year.
building. Right.
Yeah,
And that gives the employees time to give us feedback too.
sure. hmm
All right. So is that good with everybody? I don't think we need a motion. We've sort of discussed it, correct? Just to discuss it in January?
We'll just say we'll make it, let's make it official. Madam Chair, I move that we postpone this decision until our first meeting in January.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? So moved. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a good holiday.
Thank you, you too.
Brings us to consent agenda. Is there anything anyone would like to move?
We could do this. Well, I wanna pull the, the money for the, well, you guys wanna hear it, but
You can pull, you don't have a choice, but be my guest.
Pulling what?
Who has to pull the AS 400?
Oh. I want to vote against it, but I don't have any choice.
right. Madam, I'd like to have a discussion about the AS 400 upgrade, if we could.
Yes.
It may be more of comments than anything else. I know Mr. Cully doesn't want to hear from me about that because he knows how I feel. But
Let's get your questions, the questions answered and see if there's any more, and then we can decide if we're gonna pull it. How about that?
yes, ma'am.
On H. Is that the one?
Yes. So we're upgrading from the 9 to the 10, which is their new version, or correct?
Correct.
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 So the new version of AS 400-10 will not do all of the work that we need done in the county, correct?
No, it will do everything we need done. We currently use the Commissioner of Revenue, the Treasurer, and utility billing. That's the only thing that's used on the AS 400.
Right.
So if we ever were to move completely to Keystone or any other product, we would not need an AS 400.
Right.
And we rode this one hoping to make it, but it has exceeded end of life. So like
I understand.
Motorola, then if it breaks, they go, well, that's too old, we're not going to fix it. And we are at a point where we're still using it for daily use in the treasurer's office and commissioner and utilities. I can't take that risk.
Right.
It may run another year.
Right. I don't have
Right.
an issue with buying the new hardware, software. And hardware.
Hardware, yeah, it's a new operating system on top of
right.
a new computer box.
My concern, Mr. Cully, as you know, is I'm still concerned about Keystone and its inability, from my perspective,
Correct.
to handle the amount of business and be the program that's right for the county totally.
Correct.
So I guess, can the AS 400 do all of the work?
It was currently doing it prior to us converting to Keystone to begin with. So if we have a new one and we never move the commissioner, treasurer, or utility billing, it will do what it's doing today.
So I
We're-
guess,
Right. We're only moving because it's at end of life, not because it's not functioning. It currently functions fine today.
but can the AS 400-10 do all of the work and eliminate Keystone?
It could, but we don't, in finance, don't want to go back to Bright. That would be stepping backwards extremely. So I don't think you would find any staff. I know Jennifer would raise her hand that she wouldn't want to go back to the AS 400.
It just seems like a black hole to me that we're still putting in.
It is, I don't.
That's how I feel.
I don't argue that. Our goal was to hopefully get off of the AS 400 to where it could just sit there, be off, and if we needed to turn it on for some history that we didn't have, we'd power it up and get whatever information we needed off of and turn it back off. But right now, it's front line every day in the treasurer and the commissioner and utilities to do utility billing and customers. It's just running with no backup. And when I've got IBM going, we're not going to service it, that is a dangerous situation, because then if it breaks, we're sort of dead in the water with all of those functions, and would have to go out to somebody that's got one that's still using, Bright software, and try to load a tape and to hope that works. And it's very dangerous. So I don't want to buy one, but we're at a point where we've got to buy one. And if the Commissioner of Revenue and Treasurer and Utilities never move to Keystone and stay on Bright, then they'll be good for another 5 to 7 years on this AS 400. But it could be we move and this AS 400 purchase just bought us a year or two.
So I guess my concern is that we may be 5 to 7 years before Keystone ever works.
But this AS 400 will take us there. They're good usually for 5 to 6 years, 7 years. So this one was, I don't remember, it's in your packet. It tells you how old it is.
Yes, I know it's cheap insurance, but it just seems like we put a lot of money into Keystone, and
we have, but we're close to the finish line on that.
We're
Throwing
close.
it away and going
how
to
close?
another. Well, they're still working on it, and until we go back into testing with the treasurer's office, I can't tell you, but we haven't given up. But to buy anything else is exponentially more expensive than what we've spent in Keystone, because everything has gone up since we signed that contract. So either we stay with a company that's been around for a long time that everybody's leaving, or we sign a more expensive contract with another company and go through another 2, 3, 4-year development process. The first choice, if you go back to the very first choice that we brought you in the rankings, they told us initially 4 years to convert everything. And that was Tyler Technology, Tyler Munis.
And this is year 3.
So we're close to that in Keystone. They thought they could do it faster, but I'm telling you, the original company we met with, it was 4 years in their proposal to us to get everything done. So if we start over, it's not going to be a quick process, and it's going to be way more expensive than what we've already done. So that to ride it to see if we can get over the finish line is the most cost-effective thing we can do. And it's unfortunate that our AS 400 was as old as it was, because if it didn't need this replacement right now, I wouldn't be bringing it to you.
I don't mind I guess my frustration is not spending $58,000 for AS 400-10. That's not my frustration, really. You know what my frustration is.
Well, and it's the same one we have, and we're just battling
getting
it
to
to
where
get
we need
it
to be.
finished. But we can take that frustration and throw it away, and then ask you for a whole lot more money, or try to see if we can get over the finish line and have it work as it's supposed
If
to
it
work.
works.
Correct.
If a system works.
Correct. We're not going to turn it on if it doesn't.
But we right, and we have this that seems to be more problem than resolve from my perspective. Like, 'cause I'm not the accountant, I'm not working in the other departments, but from my perspective, and some things that I hear, it appears that we're not making great progress. Maybe I'm hearing out of the wrong ear, but it's just a frustration for me.
Well, there
because
are people that want to move to another whole system, but I've given you what that cost was.
Look how much money we,
You're nowhere near
just-
that
I'm
number.
just
You're nowhere
frustrated.
near that number, and that's just us, three
but
departments.
I don't want to get to that number trying to get Keystone right when it hasn't worked for anybody.
I don't either, but we're nowhere near that number. We're half under that number right now.
Well, the
So
way
we got a
things are
long way to
going
go to
in
get to
technology,
that number.
It's not gonna take long to get to a bigger number. But you just came and asked for an increase.
I
6 months
agree,
ago.
but that's a board decision. I firmly believe we're working toward determining, are they gonna meet what we've asked them to meet? And if they can't, then we'll be back going, we're gonna have to explore something else, stay on the AS 400. And
I'm gonna be back with to say you didn't fulfill your contract. I want some money back. That's what I want to say.
well, and that's
Because if
certainly
they
an
can't
option, but
fulfill-
I'd
If they
rather,
sign a contract and can't fulfill their obligation,
correct.
so how long do we give them to fulfill their obligation?
Correct, but that becomes then with legal and what you will spend with legal, and you'll determine what you get back. I've got in contract disputes before in another county,
But if it
and
doesn't
by the
work, it
time
doesn't
it
work.
becomes a principal thing.
Right.
You end up spending more with your lawyers trying to get back something than you actually gain. But that's a fight to save to the end. I believe we're not at the end yet. When I believe they haven't fulfilled their contract and the software won't work, I will certainly tell you.
How long have we been?
2 years
I
on
thought it
this
was
part.
3. I thought
And
it
on
was
this
3.
part. Now, you can't go back to where we installed other parts of the software, where we've been working on the Commissioner and Treasurer's office for 2 years.
I thought it was, okay, I'll take your word for it, but I thought it was.
I think we were on a pause there for a while, but while we waited for things in Powhatan. But we've been working hard, I know of, for 2 years, because we really thought we were going to turn on 6 months ago for the treasurer, and that was not successful.
It just appears that it's not working anywhere, and that's my concern.
No, it
we're
works.
beginning big and
We
we're paying to help them build the system so they can sell it to
did
somebody
that.
else.
We did that all along with Bright. That was done with Bright. It did not work when it was first turned on in any county either.
I'm just frustrated, that's all. With this
It's
situation.
not that staff's not frustrated.
No, I understand. It's, the people of the county deserve to get what they're paying for, and right now we're not getting what we pay for. That's my perspective. I don't know about the other board members, but that's my perspective. You got other people who have different views, and I understand that. That's just my perspective. That's all, Madam Chair.
Anyone else? Do I have a motion on the consent agenda?
So moved.
I have a second. I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? So moved. It is, are we almost?
You may as well take a break.
We cannot start public comment until 7:30, so we are going to take a 15-minute break, 10-minute break, 10-minute break and be back. All right, everybody get up and stretch their legs, and we'll be back for public comment.
some of
Some of this.
I like some of the stuff, but there's some that doesn't look fun.
All right, at this time, I'd like to reconvene after our break, and it is time for our public comment. Public comment is a moment where you can come up and speak on anything that is not a public hearing for tonight or a recently past public hearing. You have 3 minutes and at the podium, and please state your name, your voting district. Don't want your address. Don't go out there telling everybody where you are. And we welcome you to the podium at this time if you would like to come forward. Public comment period is now open.
Madam
Sheriff
Chairman?
Moser.
Yes, Scott Moser, Bowling Green District. I came up here today because y'all recognized individuals from 10-7 Farms and Pastor Good and the churches that participated in the first responders meal for Thanksgiving. I was fortunate enough to be able to come out on Thanksgiving Day and deliver those meals. And I want you to know that it made a tremendous impact on the individuals, the essential personnel that was actually working. A lot of them were shocked and surprised and very appreciative. So we want to thank you for your continued support, all the board members for supporting public safety and the essential workers on that particular day. It was quite an honor for me to go around and meet with those individuals. They were really shocked and extremely appreciative. It was something to see. So thank you all again for that. And just on the side note, we've been working with county staff, and they're getting ready to do a needs assessments on looking forward towards the future. Many years down the road, we're looking at a joint public safety building with fire and rescue. So we're working that out. It's going to take a process, but we want you to know that we're committed to working with you guys, and we can appreciate your support in the public safety realm, because Carolina, as you know, is growing in leaps and bounds, and we got to be prepared for it. So we want to thank y'all again for that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff. Is there anyone at this time that would like to come forward to speak? Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Tyler Wilson. I live in the Lake Landor community. So today I'd like to speak about the potential rate increase with the Aqua Water and my experiences since having moved here from Fairbanks, Alaska. Good evening. My name is Tyler Wilson, unknown to some, known to many. I'm a homeowner at Lake Landor. I've made the conscious decision to move my family from Fairbanks, Alaska to this community with the hope of retiring here, as I am active duty military. However, a single company is completely upending what could be my future retirement plans. In dealing with Aqua, we as a community have been plagued with unreliable water services, steep rates, and water quality that is sometimes questionable. Now, the same people who control our necessary resource are trying to control wallets as well. Take a look at Thanksgiving, for example. Water service was disconnected for 2 days in a row due to, in my opinion, laziness and incompetence and miscommunications, resulting in a boil water advisory. That advisory had derailed untold amounts of families and their gatherings. My family personally had to buy bottled water to do hygiene and food preparation for Thanksgiving. My in-laws flew all the way from Texas just to see us in our new house. And yet again, the cost is constantly put upon us, the consumer. No credits, no adjustments, just more money to flush our homes for an unknown number of times. I've lived all over the world and all over the US, and I've never seen this level of reluctance to fix glaring issues. This rate hike cannot and should not be allowed to happen. The president of Aqua, Virginia, when questioned, claimed he did not even know the average water bill in the state of Virginia, yet has the audacity to ask for a 29% rate increase. That request is not only laughable, but it's corrupt and borderline criminal. We as a community need to explore every avenue afforded to us and available to us to fight this type of corruption in the courts. If we do not act, we are no better than they are. In the end, it is not going to be me. It's not going to be you. It's going to be our children, our grandchildren, and generations beyond us that will have to face these ramifications of their policies. In the end, if we fight this legally, and lose, we can still be proud of the fact that we as a people tried. That is better than explaining to everyone how we stood idly by and gave zero effort to stand for something that we all knew was wrong. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who'd like to come forward at this time?
Hi, I'm Sharon Dunn, and I live in the Lake Landor Heritage Side. And I agree with everything that he just said. I would also say that I am a retired single person in my own home, and currently I pay in upwards of $286 a month for my water. And they want to add another 46 on top of that, which is incredible. And they're not really showing us exactly what they want, why they want to. We get a brief explanation of the rate hike, but we don't have a line by line reason on why they want to increase the rates. They increased the rates in 2002, I guess, but they never fixed the water problems that we have. And it's going to continue to be, they'll continue to get these rate hikes and our problems won't go away. So we're just trying to get this to go away. This is the water that I found in my water heater that I had flush on Thursday of last week. It's got, I don't.
All sorts of
Yeah,
stuff.
I haven't had it tested yet.
For those
but,
who can't see, it's got all sorts of stuff at the bottom of the glass.
But the entire neighborhood is really tired of all of this. It's been going on for years. I've only been here for 4.5 years, but they've had issues for many years, and it looks like it's not going away. And something just needs to be done with it. And that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Melanie Lombardi. I also live in Lake Landor. That was my mom just before. She moved into our neighborhood just a little bit ago and had a new construction home built. 7 years ago, we moved into Lake Landor, and 2 years before that, I had rented in Lake Landor. So I was familiar with the water issues that arise for that period of time. But when we were told to flush during Memorial Weekend last year, it was residual of brown water. There was slime coming out of every faucet, drain flies coming out of all corners, to where we've now put in filters in our home to make sure that the water quality has gotten better. I did have a issue more recently in January where they told us that they would be flushing at a certain date, and it was all posted at Lake Landor. When you drove in, it's telling you that Aqua Water will be flushing. However, Aqua decided to do a day earlier, and my whole entire family was sick. So I had the water tested myself by a third party, and I've got records of that. So during that testing, he noted that chlorine was over 5 milligrams per liter. And what that constitutes in water in the industry is that over 4 parts per million, when you have that type of scenario, this is far over what should be normal. Obviously, Aqua is seeing that there's bacteria, but they're also counteracting that process by creating a huge flush of chlorine at the same time, which they're notably trying to say that is manganese or other types of contaminants that are sediment and residual. We've noted in samples, we're having VDOH come in. I've had emails with VDOH trying to explain that this is not just normal water that we have seen. When we had the town hall, Aqua president came in, he brought his glorious samples in, put them on the table and said, these are the ones that we got today that are good. And nobody really looked at them or asked about the sample results, but I took it upon myself to open them in front of him, and I could smell the amount of chemical that he had put in there. So I asked him, will you please allow us to take these samples to a third party and have it tested? He declined. He says that
David, give her another minute, please.
he says that he wants to have some sort of group to come into Lake Landor and have time to volunteer their time while we're paying for exorbitant costs of water and having to pay for water, bottles of water, filters upon filters every single week upon every other week, when those filters should last 3 to 6 to 9 months. We did have that town hall where a lot of people were showing those brown filters with little to no time that they've been in their homes. They're not doing anything. The president has not shown any type of accountability. He will not answer any questions as to where the money has gone for the past 20 years that I have talked to residents that have said, this has been going on for 20 years, for 10 years. No one is doing anything, and the SEC is going to now give them a rate increase of 30%. And this is not something that we can afford as a basic living necessity of drinking water, bathing our children. My son, my daughter have had eczema issues. I've had eczema and other medical issues, and something needs to be done. This is not just affecting me and my home. The amount of chlorine that's in that water is not safe.
Thank you very much. And this is a problem that, you're right, it has been going on. We've taken them to court before. So we will discuss and see if we have any other way to go. But I want to take all the comments from everybody so we have it on record that are here tonight from your community. And then we'll discuss later as to what else we can do.
And I do have a copy of the records if you like. I will leave them
That
here.
would be great if you could give them to Mr. Parton. That
Thank
would
you
be
all for your
wonderful.
time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to come up and speak? And let's try to keep it at 3 minutes if we could. Thank
Really
you.
quick. I'm Christine Lomax. I'm from the Charlesburg district. I live in Lake Landor. And we already know the water's crap. We know we can't drink it. We can't bathe in it. We can't do barely anything in it unless we have filters on every spigot in the house. Knowing that, let's just talk dollars. So if I'm going to spend $350 a month, and that money is going to funnel up to one man's pocket that does not live in our community. We have 1,800 homes in our community, so I believe that's on average, if we're paying $350 a month, we're up over $5 million a year that is funneled outside of our community. I would like to keep that money here. I would love to have the county come over, take over our water district, do what you got to do, so we can take millions of dollars, literally, and spend it in our community. If we spend it in our community, I need a roofer. If there's one in the house, that's great. We want to get your card. We need new HVAC. We need these things, but we can't spend the money here. And imagine supporting those small businesses here in Caroline County, which then increases the taxes that we're going to get out of those businesses. It's common sense. If we're going to follow the dollar, let's not follow it outside of our community into one man's pocket. Let's keep it in Caroline County. And we already know, as I said, we know the money's there, but we can't use it because we got to pay for
to these people.
Yeah, the water. Last time I was here, I went down to the lake in my backyard, filled up a water bottle with water, filled with water out of my tap, brought it in, put it on there. Which would you prefer to drink out of? No one wanted to drink out of either. It's that bad. Something has to be done. I don't know what you guys can do, but I would appreciate your support if you really got on them. Either they have to fix the system or we have to shut them down and the county comes in and takes over. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak?
Hello and good
Hi.
evening.
Good evening.
Um, sorry. All right. My name is Pam Taylor. I've been a resident of Lake Landor since 2018. I'm here today to address the ongoing, increasingly unacceptable performance of Aqua Virginia in serving our community and surrounding counties. Just focusing on the widespread service failure that began on Tuesday, November 25th, and rapidly escalated into a community-wide crisis. This was not a minor inconvenience. It was a widespread failure that impacted hundreds of residents, led to both service collapse and caused a severe community health crisis. We ask for the board's full support and decision action to hold Aqua accountable. The core issue began on November 25th when the water main break occurred due to a contractor hitting a water line, but the crisis deepened immediately. We had another separate water break the next morning. The back-to-back catastrophic failure is proof that Aqua's infrastructure is falling across the board. The immediate consequences of these failures were horrific. We suffered loss of water pressure. The water didn't flow. The water that did flow was dark brown and contained sludge, making it completely undrinkable. The residents were unable to take showers for days. This occurred specifically during Thanksgiving, when family and friends were in, compounding the distress and embarrassment of our residents. The community was placed under a bull advisory on Wednesday, November 26th. Aqua's lack of urgency was appalling. The bull water alert was initially expected to last at least until December 2nd. However, the constant emails to Aqua and the Virginia Health Department, we forced them to rush the necessary water test. We asked them to do this immediately. This was something that couldn't be waited until Tuesday, or Monday or Tuesday. Well, they did. They were trying to send it out to Pennsylvania. I said, well, we need to find somewhere in Virginia. This is unacceptable. Because of the direct intervention of the bull water alert was lifted early on September 29th instead of December 2nd, it's still preventing even longer hardships to our residents. Compounding this failure on November 27th, I personally requested bottled water for the community. Asking Aqua to please send us bottled water. These elder residents, we tried to help them as much as we could going to the store. They offered no communication, provided no bottled water, putting vulnerable individuals at risk due to lack of portable water. The human impact goes beyond the brown water and eczema. It is hitting our most vulnerable residents financially. We are dealing with gross inconsistencies of water bills, with some residents suddenly paying as high as $900 a month for one person. For service
Can I ask you to finish up so we
I'm
get to
sorry,
the
I'm
other
sorry.
people?
All right. Let's see. When the residents call customer service, they won't listen to reason, investigate these billing errors.
And the story continues.
And the story continues, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Thank y'all so much.
Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Avoham Carpenter. I am based in Pendleton community, so not with Lake Landor, but I do stand in solidarity with those folks in saying I've lived in a lot of places, and this is probably the worst water quality I've ever seen in my life. I think it's a bit of an open secret. Like when I bought a home here, and I thought I was moving to a really great place in between DC and Richmond for me for work. I didn't realize like it was an open secret that the water was terrible. It was sort of like a happy surprise when I walked in. They were like, "Hey, yeah, I know your water's messed up. Go talk to the company and get a water filter." So it just became like an assumed tax on people that are purchasing homes. That it's just a part of the thing. You come here, you buy a home, you better go buy a water filter system to clean your water. I really didn't know our water was terrible until we started to, we're brushing teeth and we're wondering what is brown stuff falling out of the faucet. And my daughter started suffering severe eczema and having to go get allergy shots and creams and things to control her skin that sort of resembled crocodile skin because that had flared up so bad. And then we start Googling and seeing that this has not been a new thing. This is something that was been posted on and talked about for years. So don't secret, I don't expect a lot from corporations and government, but I do expect clean air, clean water, and those type of things so that we can live and exist in harmony and have relatively good health. I actually came up here just because they inspired me to come. The second part of that is I work and I manage a national nonprofit organization. And in my days off, I've seen our education system here in Caroline County have pretty large gaps. And so I take my time and I volunteer to substitute teach in these schools. I would work for free if it was possible. I don't really care about the cash. I just care about impacting kids. We are not investing at a level that is on par with surrounding counties. I'm talking to teachers who see their employment here in Caroline County as a pass through. This is where you come to get your hours. You're a new teacher. You need to get that resume that you've done some work, and you want to go to Spotsylvania, Richmond, or you want to go down to Midlothian and actually get a real check. This is where you come to sort of get your feet wet and get dive into the system. I think that is a tremendous disservice to the people of this community. As we continue to just ramp up real estate, and I live in Pendleton. I think we put up like 300 houses in a year. I'm not sure. Like every time I drive down the street, there's a new street. And if we're gonna do that and really market this place as a terrific opportunity to really grow and be family friendly and all those great things, our education system has to meet the standard of a place to live and to raise your family. Right now, we're not. I'm not sure if the schools are accredited or not. At least last what I heard, they weren't. That is problematic. Our water is terrible. That's problematic. And I don't know if that was the first time home buyer. I got. I feel like I got. I love my community. I love my neighbors, but I feel like I got, and I sort of got set up for failure. I am asking for this board to consider increasing investment into our public schools. Thanks.
Thank you.
My name is Nancy Kennedy.
Nancy, you're going to have to pull that down a little bit. There you go. Thank you.
My name is Nancy Kennedy. I live in Lake Landor in Western Caroline. I've lived there since 2002, so I have seen all of the aqua rate hikes. And I appreciate the support that you all have provided in the past. I know that Lake Landor and Western Caroline are not the only areas. I think there are 8 communities that are served by aqua, whether it's water, sewer, whatever. I too am a one-person retired household. I looked at my last 4 months. My bills range from 98.86 up to 121.38. No idea why it's so weird. But I, had the same issues in May where we had the water main break, which they didn't bother to really tell us about and communicate. We did get $5 as a credit. And I actually got a little bit more because I complained to the SEC about my sheets that got destroyed. So, and then again in, this most recent one at Thanksgiving, I typically don't see the brown sludge that people see, but in this case, I had to crawl back under my house, turn the water back on, hook up a hose, run the hose for 15 minutes before the water ran clear enough. And I still had, by then, had it in my house. But, now I had to crawl back under, shut the water back off, but that's okay. So I try to do only full laundry. I try to do, dishwasher once a week. I don't flush every time. Sorry to tell you that. Don't water very much outside or wash my car. I know this is an uphill battle. I appreciate the support in the past. Hopefully, the fact that they are trying to now merge with Virginia American Water, maybe this is the time to really hit them and stop it. I don't know why they would get an increase if they're trying to sell. So again, I thank you for your support in the past. I hope that you can help us again.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who would like to come forward at this time? Is there anyone else who'd like to speak on any topic at this time? Seeing none, public comment period is now closed. Thank you all very much. And yeah, this is a battle that we will continue to fight for you as much as the law allows.
Thank you, Miss.
And Mr. Black,
wanna-
there's not, you wanted to
just wanna
make
say
a comment.
Yes, I do want to thank all of you for coming. And then I did give the Board of Supervisors, I got 12 emails in regards to, or 11 or 12 emails in regards to this topic over the last 24 hours. So I want to thank you all for coming out, and we will be discussing this in closed session later on. So if you want to say for the rest of the meeting, I wouldn't. So we'll be discussing this, but I'll update you on what the board decides later on. Okay? Thank you all.
I closed it. Public hearing's closed here. Public comment part is closed. All right, that takes us to our public hearings for tonight. Our first public hearing is number 03-2025. Mr. Hughes.
So good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board. So I'm going to do a presentation for both TXT03 and TXT04 because they are related. So on July 1, 2025, the State Code of Virginia changed, which required changes to our zoning ordinance related to the development review process. Specific changes in the state code where they reduced the timeline to forward plats and plans of development to state agencies from 10 to 5 days. The code changes reduced the timeline to act on plats and plans of development from 60 days to 40 days. They included a provision that prohibits mandatory pre-application meetings for site plans and plats. They removed the planning commission from the preliminary and final plat process. And then they also established a designated agent that is authorized to review and act on plats and plans of development. I will say, speaking to the removal of the planning commission from the preliminary and final plat process, the code changed a number of years ago, essentially requiring planning commissions to approve plats and plans of development that met the ordinance requirements. And so this change essentially is catching up to a provision that they had passed a number of years ago. So, in addition to the requirements mandated by the changes in the Code of Virginia, staff also is making some recommendations for changes to add the addition of a utility lot to accommodate utility infrastructure, and also the addition of site plan types to facilitate the development process. And specifically, under the site plan section, adding a building addition definition for modifications to buildings that disturb less than 2,500 square feet, a linear trail addition, which is for linear land disturbances that exceed 2,500 square feet, an infrastructure site plan, which is purely a site plan that would demonstrate infrastructure on a project in case, for projects that may be phased, and then also a minor site plan, which is a plan of development for 2,500 square feet or greater, but less than 10,000 square feet, and then a major site plan for development equal to 10,000 square feet or greater. And the reason for these additions is that right now our ordinance only has a single site plan process. So no matter what you want to do, you have to go through the full site plan process in Caroline County. So just take the building additions. If I had a restaurant and I wanted to add a freezer addition to my building, I have to go through a full site plan process just to make that simple addition to my plan. Or to my facility. The building addition process would allow that to be submitted through with a set of building plans and go straight to the building department and not require any additional site plan. Those type changes don't make any amendments to utilities. They don't make any amendments to parking or to access. And so this just allows, uh, you know, those types of projects to move through the system a lot faster. We don't have a linear trail provision in our ordinance right now. So if someone was coming in and wanted to do a trail or some type of project that was a linear disturbance, there's no mechanism in our ordinance right now to accommodate that. Infrastructure plans, the same. You know, you have situations where developments may develop in phases, and because of the size of the project, they may want to come in and get their utilities and road networks or other things approved. And so there's no provision to do that at all. Same with the minor site plan. We don't have a minor site plan process right now. So if you were making a minor adjustment on a site, right now you have to go through the full process, site plan process. This would allow those smaller projects, 2,500 to 10,000 square feet, to go through the process a little bit faster because there's less requirements for those types of site plans. And then finally, the major site plan just stays the same. It just clarifies that it's greater than 2,500 square feet. So we also additionally make an amendment to the site plan requirement checklist. If you guys recall, a couple months back, you amended the environmental ordinance to require provisions for stockpiles. And so we are moving those provisions into the site plan checklist so that it's abundantly clear that when you file a site plan, you have to, meet those stockpile requirements. This is just another way to make it clear that when someone picks up the ordinance, they can understand what the requirements are. And then there were some minor editorial cleanups in there that just needed to be cleaned up. There was a misnomer to motions and resolutions instead of motions, and so those are the items. So David, if you can show the board packet, we can walk through those. So these are the changes in the definitions, and like I noted, oh, and I did leave out the immediate family definition. So also included in this is a change to the definition of immediate family, where currently our definition of immediate family includes uncles and aunts. This proposed change removes uncles and aunts and just has immediate family defined as grandfather, grandmother, mother, father, son, daughter, granddaughter, grandson, brother, and sister. And
Mr. Hughes,
yes.
that definition lacks the step that is present other places, just so you were.
Yeah, thank you. And it should include STEP because that was one of the recommendations for the commission. Thank you. So it also has utility lot, and there you can see the site plan definitions that I talked about. Here, and this is an article from an excerpt from Article 11, the Plan Unit Development Division 4. This is actually the change for TXT 04. And the reason that these two kind of got separated is because there was an add error when we went to the Planning Commission and they got separated, but we could catch them up here tonight. And that's the only thing in TXT 04 is that language that is X'd out there is amended. And that is a result of the state code changes that require that. So here again, in supplemental regulations, Article 15, the changes that are made here strike the Planning Commission from the text. Here in Section 12, there was a provision that R3 subdivisions had to go to the Planning Commission. That language is stricken because of the changes to the state code. The site plan
What is
section.
the change for R3?
So there was a provision in our code that said subdivisions in the R3 district had to go to the Planning Commission for approval. I don't know the history of that, but that language is in there.
So we're taking that out?
We have to take it out.
So we don't even have R3 zoning, do we?
We do have a district called R3, yes. We don't have very much R3 zoning in the county.
Where's the R3 district at?
I can't tell you off the top of my head, Mr. Seeley.
Because I don't remember ever seeing R3 in anything that I looked at for the county.
We have the
Well, that's-
designation, yeah.
Shouldn't be. Okay.
So the other minor changes that we made, and I'll note here, is like the number of submitted plans and plats for review. So as you can see there in item 15 in red, it says the number of sets of plans and plats submitted for preliminary review shall be, it used to be 16, it's down to 6 now. So that is certainly a cost saving to the development community. We certainly don't need 16 sets of items submitted. This is just a function of, you know, technology. So here is the site plan checklist, and here's where we've added item 19, which are the requirements for stockpiles that the board adopted some time ago, making it a part of this site plan checklist so that when applicants come along, they're fully aware of what the requirements are for stockpiles, and we don't run into a situation where we hopefully have to make a comment that you need to go back and add, you know, stockpile information to your site plan. They can find it right here and know that when they submit, this needs to be a part of the submission. This is in section 18. This is strikes the language that related to the commission and and also the environmental changes that we made previously. Just makes it clear that, you know, you have to comply with those provisions as well. This is one of those cleanup areas that we talked about, where it talks about design standards. It also had the commission noted here as being a reviewing and approval agency for a VDOT standard. Here, we just added the modification maybe made by the zoning administrator, so that it's part of an administrative process now. Here, again, we strike planning commission and add the zoning administrator. And then here's another just cleanup where at the bottom there you see it says by adoption of a planning commission of originally it said resolution, it should have said motion. So that's just an administrative cleanup. And then here again, reducing the number of documents submitted as a part of a submission from 21 to 15. And then here again, also making it clear what the requirements are needed for submission. And then those are the changes related to the zoning ordinance that we are suggesting. So I'm happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Thank you, Mr. Hughes. So at this time, we will open the public comment period. If anybody would like to make comments, am I in the right place here? Public hearing, instead of comment, public hearing. This is the time to come up if you'd like to speak on this topic. That would be text amendment 04-2025, correct? 2023? And 03. Does anybody like to speak on either of these topics? Anybody like to speak? Seeing none, this public hearing is closed. Whoop, yes, Mr. Hughes.
I just want to clarify, you need to do 2 separate public hearings. So you need to do that same action for 04.
All right, so we have to separate 3 and 4. We can't do them together.
Correct.
All right, so we'll make this one text amendment 03, and then we'll do 04. We'll go in order. So is there any discussion on text amendment 03, 2025? Seeing none, do I have a motion?
So moved.
I have a motion and a second to adopt the recommended changes. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? So moved. Mr. Black.
And then
Mr. That takes us to text amendment 04, 2025. Classification of site plans, procedure requirements, submissions review. Anyone who would like to speak on these changes or have any comments on these changes, we will open up the public hearing at this time and you may come forward. Is there anyone who would like to speak on text amendment 04? Seeing no one, I will close the public hearing on text amendment 0425. Gentlemen, discussion? Motion?
So moved.
I have a motion to adopt text amendment 04, the changes to text amendments 04, 2025. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a second from Mr. Seeley. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? So moved. All right. So that takes us down to SO 01 2025. Who's got this? There you are. Back up there. All right. Mr. Hughes.
Yes, Madam Chair, as you know, this is a subdivision ordinance amendment SO 1 2025. Again, these changes are, the majority of these changes are a result of changes to the Code of Virginia. There were 12 sections of the Code of Virginia that changed that required us to make amendments to our subdivision ordinance. And they established a designated agent as the approval authority for easement dedications and surety acceptance on subdivision plats, remove the planning commission from the preliminary plat approval process, remove the governing body approval process for approval of plans and specifications of utility fixtures and systems and subdivisions, vacations of interest granted to locality for site plan approval, and the vacation of plat before the sale of lots, and remove the governing body from the vested rights, not impaired and non-conforming use sections of the ordinance. So an additional subdivision amendments that staff is recommending is addition of the utility lot to the definitions in the subdivision ordinance, amendment to the immediate family definition, removing aunts and uncles, and addition of the family subdivision definition, as currently there is no definition in the ordinance. And then also amendment to definition of subdivision agent or director of planning, clarifying that it is the designated agent as required by the July 1, 2025 changes. Additional amendments, we amended the language related to the release of bonds to comply with state code. That language was just outdated. There's some very specific language in the state code relates to the bond release. And so our ordinance need to be updated to address that. Again, there were some minor editorial cleanups in the ordinance. And then the last and probably most comprehensive amendment would be to the addition of Section 8 exemptions in the subdivision ordinance, which would speak to the regulation of family subdivision and utility lots. And essentially what it does is establish the bulk requirements, lot size, easements, driveway standards for family divisions, holding periods to be eligible to create a family division, establishes a holding period before sale, and a few other items. So the Planning Commission started back in August reviewing the family division provisions, had I think 4 separate discussions at 4 different meetings about this, had lots of discussion about the provisions, and then ultimately made recommendations that you see in your packet related to family divisions. The board had asked us to review the provisions of the family division. I think there's an order to discourage abuse of the family division provisions. I think as many jurisdictions as there are in Virginia, there are as many different types of family division ordinances. We provided you all in your packet an excerpt from, I think, 9 different jurisdictions. And as you could see, the variance in those jurisdictions and how they handle them. And so the commission looked at those. We looked at other items. I think the big ones that the commission really wanted to hone in on were the change in the definition, establishing a holding period for an owner to be eligible to create family division lots, and then increase the holding period for the recipient of a family division lot. The other thing that the commission focused on and gave a lot of thought and discussion to was the access to family division lots and what material it should be. They ultimately settled on 3 types of stone as an option, and then if you had a plat that created more than 3 lots, then it would require a low volume residential entrance, which is essentially an apron connecting to the state road with a 25-foot throat into the driveway. So here, just kind of walking through here the definitions and the amendments that related to the bond definition. This was purely as a result of the code changes and the need to update our ordinance. Here is the definition of immediate family, and this one does indeed have stepchild there listed. And then utility lot is also added into the definitions as well. And I'll spend 1 second on the utility lot because there may be some question about that. So a lot of times the reason we added this is because oftentimes utilities, let's say our utility department may wanted to put in a pump station somewhere and wanted to create a lot for that particular pump station and wanted to own that real estate that pump station sits on. There was no provision in our ordinance to allow the creation of a lot specifically for that use. Or a telecommunications company wants to put some equipment on a property. There was no provision for that piece of property to be cut out and they could own that real estate for themselves. And so and that has happened a couple times here in the past year or so. So that's really the reason for the creation of the utility lot. It just gives us a provision to allow that to occur within the confines of the ordinance. Definition of family subdivision, which was not in the ordinance previously. And then at the bottom there, you can see the addition of utility lots in that minor subdivision process. Here, this is the language related to the designated agent, where we amended it to make it clear that the subdivision agent / director of planning is indeed the designated agent as required by the Code of Virginia. This change here relates to, it's under administration and enforcement. There's some language related to the planning commission, but the highlight under 3.11 is where our family division requirements were previously. And so we were striking them from this section and then moving them to the new section 8, which is the exemption section. And so that just kind of continued there. And then here, these changes relate to penalties and the validity of plats. And then these changes are purely driven by the Code of Virginia. Again, I skipped a page, sorry. Again, the references to the Planning Commission removal here. In the width, we created an exception, made it clear that there's an exception can be asked for in the confines of the ordinance. The subdivision ordinance right now has an exception provision in it. This language just makes it clear that if there was something related to width, then you could follow that exception procedure that's already outlined. So there again, just more clarifying language in the document. Again, here, in accordance with section 7.1, that's the exception language. So just making it clear that there's a provision in the ordinance that allows an exception, and that's how you would go about it. Here again, removing the planning commission from a requirement that is reviewed and approved by VDOT. So there again, striking the commission. Here again, adding the subdivision agent into the text, as well as striking the commission from the language, as do these changes here. There again, subdivision agent being added as a part of the requirements for the new code sections. And there again, this entire paragraph spoke to the commission's involvement in the plat process. That language is stricken. Here again, language related to the commission being, and then in the bottom portion, it's the bonding section, and we're making it clear we're adding letter of credit as one of the types of surety that we would accept. Nowhere in the ordinance did it previously state that you could submit a letter of credit as a form of surety. So we're just making that clear. Here again, this is more language speaking to the bonding process and bringing the ordinance up to speed with the state code. It talks about the release and the amount that can be released upon approval in the increments, and it can be released and not go drop below the 10%. So it's kind of standard language in subdivision ordinance and it's purely out of the state code. So that language continues. There again, we add letter of credit as a form of acceptable surety. The bottom stuff, the bottom 6.9 final plat, there again removes the commission and notes that they are approved in accordance with the State Code of Virginia, section 15.2, 2269. There again, updating state code references. These changes here, subdivision agent, preliminary plat, again, required changes because of the amendments to the state code. Same there. Here as well. Now, this is the new section 8.
Before we go to this, can you restate that state standard road requirement about 3 pages back? The state standard road.
Yeah, let me look at it here because I can't read it from already. Was that page?
I was trying to catch the page number and just didn't. I was too busy reading and I couldn't find what I was looking for on the page. One more back.
No, keep going.
It should be this page. Hang on, right there.
Was it on the releases, Mr. Moran?
Say again?
Was it on the releases? The release of bonds?
I don't think so.
I got distracted for literally like 5 seconds and then it came through, and by the time I caught back up, it was on to the next page.
And it said relates to roads?
Look at this again anytime.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're not anywhere close. We're not anywhere close to. I mean, there are a number of issues with this.
All right.
I do have one question on this one. Yeah. Madam Chair.
Mr. Underwood.
Mr. Hughes, real quick. I know you have subdivision agent here quite a bit. Who are we referring to?
So I'm the subdivision agent, and the Code of Virginia required a change to the definition, just making it clear that the subdivision agent is the designated agent.
It is designated.
by the county. So
Yeah,
you're
that-
it, huh?
Yes, ma'am.
Lucky you.
Yeah, it can't be the planning commission.
Wait, the planning director is by definition the subdivision agent, is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
Is that written, was that discussed or is it written? So
It's in the,
there's
in
a
the
clear,
ordinance, it's in the ordinance.
I didn't read, okay. We'll come back to that, okay. All right. Is your bandwidth, I mean, do we have enough bandwidth to do this?
Yeah, I mean, it's not uncommon. I mean, everywhere I've been a subdivision agent.
Oh, okay,
It's not unusual to Caroline, or
Oh,
not
gotcha.
unique to Caroline.
okay. Well, it makes sense, okay. I guess that's my question.
Yeah. The bandwidth
Do-
question is a different question.
Yeah, and I think what Mr. Forehand's trying to find is where the description was on the roads, the requirement of the roads, like state standards or not state standard type things. Where was the road section?
For private roads,
Yes,
I'm sorry. Pages 17 or sections? Okay.
When you showed the picture of the trees, right? I don't know.
17.
We didn't change it.
Yeah. So that's 23. Can you see the page?
19. There's 17. Streets, so now we're in streets. And then they talk about state standards in bottom page 17. But we didn't change that.
Yeah. 526.7.
Yeah. Yeah.
So 5-26 is the street section in the subdivision ordinance.
And 523 has construction requirements for the roads as well. Just one deletion there. So, okay. It'll come up again when we talk about section 8 anyway. So.
Yeah, and so these street standards are specifically for more like subdivisions and the traditional subdivision process. And so that is exactly why we created section 8 to take the family divisions out of the body of the subdivision orders and make it a standalone section unto itself.
Don't
So
we, isn't it currently in this, the family subdivision currently has state standard roads after a maximum number?
No, it does not.
So you could technically, theoretically, have 100 acres and have 20 family divisions off that 50-foot easement on a 20-foot gravel road.
Now, our ordinance was changed, Mr. Thomas, I remember being in the audience when that was changed to state standard roads for any family subdivision over, and I don't remember the number, that's what I was searching this for when I was reading it. Yeah. I remember the discussion because it was all, there were a number of changes made when that ordinance was done. And it was probably 22 or 23 years ago, actually.
I mean, that could be my intention on the subdivision, the family subdivision ordinance was to allow, you know,
I
children,
remember.
all of those to have land with their parents.
I remember the discussion vividly because
And it was fairly loose.
it
because
was
I believe in cousins and.
extremely
aunts and
broad, which at the time at public comment, I remember saying it was too broad, which is why I also remember state standard roads for any family subdivision, and there was a number of like the number was 2 or 3 lots
As a maximum.
as a maximum, and a state standard road had to be put in for those, which was really caught my eye when we started reading the new ordinance.
Yeah, well, it was, you know, again, intended for families to actually do that. And at that time, the length of time you had to keep it was 10 years, which, you know, prevented, I think the issues you're seeing come up now with people turning these over rather quickly.
Correct.
So it's, you know, it was a family hardship. I think we did 3 or 4 as a family hardship, but now it appears that it's becoming more common to ask for change, so.
So, Mr. Seal, what you're referring to is the minor subdivision definition speaks to 2 or more lots having a uh, should have a street. And I think there is some confusion. I won't say some confusion. The way that the current ordinance is written, family subdivisions were included under the minor subdivision definition. But since I've been here and when I got here, minor family subdivisions were not being required to have a state road put in. So,
Which has brought a number of issues to me. And the other, and there's nothing we can do about it, is the distance between some of these family subdivision homes. I've got a pizza war going on at one, where the children built a home, the parents are deceased, they decided to sell it, they sold it to somebody they don't like, and suddenly it became my phone ringing. I've got another road that's got basically no gravel, the overhanging trees, and everybody fights over what can be cut and what can't be cut. I've got others that are swapping property and doing boundary line adjustments to make everything work. So to me, this is what we've got is and I'll let this finish. I'll stop there, Madam Chair.
yeah, let me go through what the commission sent to you in terms of their recommendations for Section 8, and then we can get into what your wishes are relative to the family division process.
Okay. Continue.
Okay. So as I stated, we created the new Section 8, which would govern family subdivisions. And essentially what the commission has sent to you as a recommendation is the minimum lot size should be 2 acres, which is consistent with the current ordinance. The lot area and other dimensional requirements shall be the same as that for a lot 2 acres in the RR2 zoning district. So essentially the bulk requirements and the setbacks, that's currently in the ordinance. The parent tract shall maintain a minimum lot size required in the RP zoning district or half the size of the original lot size, whichever is less. That provision is currently in the ordinance. This is a new provision. An overall sketch plan showing future proposed family divisions shall be provided. A common driveway entrance shall be utilized in accordance with the section 5.2 of the subdivision ordinance, which speaks to the spacing requirements for entrances. That's a current provision. F is a new provision to be eligible to divide a parcel for a family member, their immediate family. The property owner must have owned the parcel for a minimum of 5 years prior to the proposed division, and no previous transfer under this provision has been granted to the grantee in Caroline County. So essentially what that is, a new provision that says you have to own a parcel 5 years before you'd be eligible to create a parcel under the family division provision, and that person receiving that lot shall not have received a lot previously under the family division provision.
And that's ever. That's
right.
Okay.
G, any division of land created as a family subdivision shall not be voluntarily transferred for at least 10 years, except as provided in the exempt section of this ordinance. And then there's the last provision of this section does have a clause for the board to review circumstances. that's a new provision as well. They increased the holding period goes from 5 years to 10 years in that provision. The creation of more than three or more lots requires the access drive for the lots to be constructed with a base of 6 inches, and actually the commission recommended 3 inches of number 25, 26, or 21A stone with an entrance paved for 25 feet from the edge of the public road. And there's also, I want to show you, because there was a typo that we had to correct. And I was going to show you on a clean version, it's a little bit easier, but I'll show it to you afterwards. I is the 20-foot access drive must be constructed with a minimum of 3 inches of number 25, 26, or 21A stone or gravel. And then we've also added some language there that that access easement must extend to a state maintained road. So for the entire distance, just to make it clear that your access to these family division lots the easement needs to extend to a state maintained road. So, and the reason we use the word state maintained and not public is because you have situations where there are platted right of ways that are essentially public but may not be improved. And so to make that state maintained, hopefully reduces the opportunity for additional lots to be created off of those types of roads. So we've added J, the requirement for a road maintenance agreement in a form approved by the county attorney to be included with the submission package. And there again, that is to make it clear that those recipients of those lots have some responsibility for those roads that they are purchasing a home on. K, each lot must be served by an access easement that shall be a minimum of 50 feet. And here's where we've added some language, and I'll show you on a clean version in just a second, where it says that access has to extend to the public road. And then here it says no additional extensions from adjoining lots. These easements can't be extended to adjoining lots to create family divisions. And I think that addresses some of the concerns where I have an adjacent 2 lots next to one another. I come in and put in an easement for a family division. The person next to me and on their lot then would join, that existing easement and create family divisions. And so this provision eliminates that opportunity there. So there's language that says the deed shall include a covenant that prevents the transfer of the parcel prior to the 10-year holding period. That's new. The family division lot may be transferred in the case of death of the grantee or court order. That's existing language. A notarized affidavit affirming the immediate family relationships. That's a new provision. The item P, adding a note that states that the lots are served by a privately maintained road and will not be maintained by the state or county. Any cost necessary to bring the road to a condition qualifying for acceptance as part of the secondary system of state highways shall be sustained from sources other than those administered by the Virginia Department of Transportation and the County of Caroline or any other public agency. So that just makes it clear that when you build a lot on a private road like this, that is going to be your responsibility to bring that road up to standard if you want it brought into the system, and that the county is not, or the VDOT is not going to contribute funds to do that. A additional note on the plat that ingress and egress easements for public emergency vehicles is granted to Caroline. And then the last one is if the board finds extraordinary hardship as being caused by the 5, and then we've added and 10-year holding period, then it may reduce those time periods to alleviate the hardships. And so that refers back to the other section.
Thank you, Mr. Hughes, and I think we have some questions up here.
But can I,
Miss-
1 second, I need to
Yes.
have David put up a slide.
All right.
So David, can you put up the Word version, the clean version?
No, I think he's looking for it. He's gonna scroll through all the pages to find it.
No, Dave, it's the Word document that says clean version of our ordinance.
Right. Right. Right.
Ah, here it is. This is it. So can you put on the no markup version, please?
Well, do y'all want to come back to this after we do the public hearing, so people who are here to comment on this can go on home?
Well, I think it's important that they see this so they know what they're commenting on. So that's why I wanted to. Okay. So do I?
There it is. There we go. Okay, let's do this, then we'll go to public hearing.
So here's what I was saying in K, where we've added language: each slot must front on an existing state maintained road or be served by an access easement to an existing state maintained road. So that is just to make it clear that the access easements have to extend to the state maintained road. And then after, which says that shall be a minimum of 50 feet in width, in your packet, right after that width, the no was a lowercase n, not a capital N there. So and then there was, all right. And then here, just some cleanup language that the plats contained are served by a privately maintained road will not be maintained by the Commonwealth. And then here we added, if the board finds that the extraordinary hardship is being caused by the 5 and/or 10-year restriction, it may reduce the time period to alleviate the hardship. This hardship provision shall be noted on the plat or in the deed. So this just gives the board an opportunity for if some unusual circumstance arises, to address that, which here in the last year, we actually had that occur on another situation. So.
I have a question. If we have questions on this or we don't want to approve this, we're still gonna have a public hearing on it, and then we can come back because it's already been advertised. All right. Because I'm gonna make changes. I'm sorry, I got too many questions. And you give us 2 days to do it. Yeah, I mean, we get it on Saturday and we're here, and yeah, I'm not ready to move on it, but I'm only one. So let's go ahead and open the public hearing. Yes, sir. All right. At this time, we're going to, which family subdivision? Open public hearing SO 01-2025, an ordinance to amend the Caroline County subdivision ordinance. If there's anyone that would like to come forward and speak on this, this is the time to come forward. Is there anyone who would like to speak on the presentation on the changes to the Caroline County subdivision ordinance? Please come forward at this time. Last call. Seeing none, public hearing is closed.
I make a motion, we table this.
Second.
For comments, because we'll be here for hours if I go through my comments. And I think I need to sit down with planning. Sure.
Question.
I'm just trying to.
Let's take care of this motion, then we can still do questions. So we have a motion and a second to table this, to allow for time for questions and meeting with staff, and to bring it back at a later date. Yes, I can't hear you, Chris, so you're gonna have to come up. Tell me what I'm saying wrong.
Yep, I think you're great. I think you've got a motion and a second, so now you can have discussion on the motion, ask the questions you've got, and you can vote on the motion.
Okay.
Well, they're regarding the section 8, but I wanted to
Yeah,
understand some of the terms
Yeah.
and for areas that have the minimum of 25 acres, I would be a proponent of making that minimum lot size larger.
Okay.
That's just me. But I would like to know what that could look like. You know, maybe it's I think in the chart from the other localities, I think that's in some of their other ones as well.
Some other jurisdictions do have a requirement that the lots be the minimum size of the underlying zoning district. So if the underlying zoning district lot size is 25 acres, it could be 25 acres.
Okay. The second the regarding the parent tract, if I'm in an area that has a 10-acre minimum and I have a 12-acre parcel, could I pinch off 2 lots?
Sure.
Because it says that the residual, it's half the size of the original lot, or the minimum zoning for that area, which is 10, whichever smaller. So the smaller would now be 8 acres, and I have 2 family divisions. That's how I'm reading it. And am I reading it wrong?
Yeah, that's not how it's been interpreted. It's interpreted that if you have a 12-acre lot, you could do a 2-acre lot, and then yet residual has to remain at 10 acres. So
Okay.
that provision is in the ordinance because when the RP district was created, there were a number of non-conforming lots that existed. And so in order to allow those lots to have an option to do a family division, they were obviously less than 10 acres at the time. So that provision was there to accommodate those existing lots.
Is that still in play or something that we need to respect at this point, decades later? Or
I think there are non-conforming lots out there. Yes, I mean, if you just want to take that right from those, from those properties, then
okay. My next question, and one of them you already answered about is the grantee, and that is the individual receiving the lot, and that's countywide ever.
Correct.
Okay, so they can receive one free lot or one family division lot, whether they paid for it or whether it was a gift, under these rules.
correct.
Where is it? I like the idea of the 3 or more lots, or more than 3 lots front on a state maintained road. If there were, say, 2 lots on an easement, and there was the parent tract was at the end of that easement, at a cul-de-sac. That's the parent tract, but would they still be able to? Again, it's now accessed via the easement. The parent tract is. Would they be permitted under the rule that prohibits the access through the existing easement? Would they be permitted to further divide that parent tract?
They would. They would. So that would presume that those 2 new lots didn't have any road frontage.
Correct.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, there's no provision in this draft of the ordinance that limits or restricts the rights of the parent parcels. So if you had a 100-acre parcel and you had 6 or 7 eligible family members, then as long as that parent parcel met the minimum requirement, then you could do family divisions off of it.
Right. So if I say I have a 100-acre parcel, I have 4 children, I give four or separate four family parcels. I sell the parent tract. Someone else can come in and do exactly the same thing with their 17 children and grandchildren.
Is that correct?
Okay, so limiting the parent tract total divisions.
Yes. Is that correct? And if you notice in the information, one of the jurisdictions actually does that. They limit the number of total parcels to 7 off of the parent parcel. My only comment to that is it's kind of punitive to future owners. I mean, but that's the board's choice. I'm just saying,
But that's,
you know, it's buyer beware. If I purchase that lot with no family division rights, then I purchased it with no family division rights. So
Right.
I'm just offering that as perspective. You
Yeah,
know,
but that's the way everything is. When you purchase something, you purchase all of the liabilities that go with that property.
Yes, you do.
Title
So
search.
I'm buying Clay's original property with the understanding that I can't do a family subdivision because he's already done it.
Yeah.
Now, my options would be to go through the normal planning process and get a rezoning to do that, which would make his property probably less valuable, but there is still an option to do that.
There's always that option. I just point that
Okay.
out as I don't know how many times we encounter citizens who have not read the deed and don't understand what the restrictions are and feel harmed because they haven't done their due diligence.
Well,
Go ahead, Mr. Thomas, you've done. Mr. Hughes, I have a question, and I will admit, with the weekend and day I've had, I haven't gone through this and digested it as completely or had a chance to meet with you. But one thing I don't understand is if you have a piece of property, you can build an accessory building, right? So if you have a lot, you could build a mother-in-law suite or a guest house, correct? All right. So say it's the zoning is 1 acre per one is a 25 acre lot to build, like it is in the resource sensitive area. So somebody that has a house there could build a secondary house on that 25 acres. But then could they take, so say that piece of property or whatever they utilize, they're using 5 acres of it. So they still have another 19 acres. And you're saying the lots can go down to 2 acres apiece. So they could take that and make 9 little family subdivisions with houses, and then you have an area that's supposed to be resource sensitive and big lots to protect the land and the water, and suddenly in 10 years somebody's put in 12 houses. So how do we control that? Because I certainly can't. Why have zoning if somebody could go in and chop any size lot into 2 acre lots? Why don't we just say everything's 2 acres?
So just a little bit of history here. So the family division provision is mandated by the Commonwealth. Okay. So that's why you have this provision. So
But we can control the lot
but
size, the
you
division.
have the ability to control the requirements of how it is administered. So if you can limit the number of lots, like you talked about a few minutes ago, you could increase the road standards, which would make it essentially bring it to the standard of a traditional subdivision. There are any number of ways you can control it. You're mentioning, we currently have in our ordinance right now, there are 1, 2, 3. There are 4 options for creating accessory dwelling units in Caroline County. So we have a family apartment, we have an accessory apartment, and we have the in-law suite. So those are things that you can do right now. So if there was a hardship scenario, we have a couple options to address this. And I must say, Carolina's ahead of a lot of jurisdictions in that sense because not many have. Most do now, but when this was adopted, this was pretty forward thinking.
And those are things that you're talking would be additions to the primary resident. Okay.
Correct.
But can they also do a second house, an auxiliary house, like a mother-in-law's house?
But and in using these options, you don't create new lots. These are on the existing lots. So those provisions exist right now to allow those situations
We
without
approved
creating
one
new
a couple
lots.
of years.
The family division is a totally separate, option.
But still on that, if it's 30 acres or 25 acres or whatever, they could do all that. They could do, and I think that's great zoning. You can add on the value to your main house, and you can also have a separate house, a guest house or a mother-in-law suite house that's separate from your house. But then you could also have somebody, the idea of going into an area that's supposed to be large lots in a rural division, and that somebody could then say, oh, well, I could break this off to 6 or 8 2-acre lots for people to build on and give them to so-and-so, and in 10 years they could sell them and we'll split the profit. It's just, there has to be some way to control it so that it blends with the zoning in the area. And so because we have so many different building areas in Caroline, I don't think one statement's gonna fit everything. And I really don't like the fact that you can just throw 2-acre lots up anywhere on there. So I really need to dig into this some more, and I apologize that I have not had the time to do it.
Well, don't apologize. It took the planning commission 4 months to get here. So.
But now part of it, Mrs. Long, is we're losing track of the spirit of the law, or the spirit of the board's original intent. And I think I tried to state that before. The intent was just as Mr. Forehand's example of, I have 3 or 4 children. My children may want to be close to me because health issues, basic love, whatever.
Right, and I agree with that, and I think that's fine. It's just where we go from there.
And
Yeah.
how we protect that. See, we made decisions before in letting people out of the family subdivisions in less than 10 years. That may have been a mistake. It may have been a case where we say only under severe medical circumstances will we let you out of it. We also need, and I like what Mr. Hughes has just said, is maybe we should say you can only subdivide that land X number of times, and then that's it. After Mr. Forehand divides his, if I buy it, then I can't subdivide it, or I can't subdivide it for another 10 years or something like that. But the spirit, and that's one of the things that makes Caroline such a special place, is all of these family relationships that we have, that people want to be close to other members of their family. I had a zoning case where in-laws wanted to be next to each other. I was shocked about it, but I voted for it because they wanted to be together. Yeah. That's the thing we need to make sure is we protect the family positions of folks while still honoring the zoning regulations we have.
And that's what scares me. I understand that, but unfortunately, parents pass away and in-laws pass away, and I'm gonna pass away and you're gonna pass away, and you still have, and so you have these now created lots. And we've got to keep whatever goes there. It needs to blend with the zoning and the character of Caroline and not be chopped up into a bunch of, well, I'm gonna give this child 2 acres, but then that child's gonna give their child an acre and another child an acre, and this one. You gotta stop cutting that pie somehow.
But I think that's part of what you're saying is once you do the cut, that's it, right?
If you establish a maximum, yes, that would be it.
I didn't.
See, I think that's what we need to do, but
It's
we've
not in
done
there
the
now.
public hearing, so let's discuss this a little bit more at the next meeting, and we can go from there.
Yeah, I think it's a good start, but there are some things in there that I think we need to tighten up on that bother me, because I've already had issues.
So may I offer a suggestion?
Yes,
I think
sir.
will facilitate this process. What the planning commission did was they had their initial meeting. The individual members went away, came up with their ideas, we brought those ideas in and tried to work through them and see how they would work practically and how we could fit them into the ordinance. Because one of the things that we will have to do is to make sure that the things that we want to implement, one, can be enforced and are legal. And so it will allow us to take your ideas and work with the county attorney and be sure that they can be enforced. And then we can bring it back to you all with your concepts, and we can share what everyone's ideas were. We did that with the planning commission. We gave them everyone's thoughts, and then that allowed them to kind of focus the discussion a little bit and narrow down the choices. I don't think anything you guys have raised and the issues you have raised, they were all discussed at the commission level, and and so they're good ideas. And I think if you look at the 9 jurisdictions we researched, they have some of those elements in them. So this is truly whatever it is that however the board feels appropriate to deal with this, it is up to you all. I think that would just allow us to make sure that we can craft a document that is legal and enforceable.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a starting spot, but I think my personal opinion is we each need to read over it and think about it and then make comments or meet with planning, make your suggestions, that we can come back and maybe have a work session or something on it.
And I can provide you a map that shows you the zoning in the county. 95% of Caroline County has RP zoning in it right now. There's a small, the 25-acre overlay you're speaking of is along the river. So it's a relatively smaller portion of the county, but the RP zoning district in Caroline is 95% of the zoning. So when you look at a zoning map, it's like,
Does that vary in acreage size depending on location in some areas, or is it pretty much the same?
well, the RP zoning minimum lot size is 10 acres, but the fact that, like I said, when it was instituted, there were lots that are less than 10 acres to start with. So there are some non-conforming lots in there. And I have a map tonight, but I can send it to you so you can look at it at your leisure.
All right, great. So
With that in mind, can we qualify the third bullet, in the non-conforming lots? It could be half the size, original lot size, yada, yada, yada. If that was the intent for it, was those non-conforming lots.
Yeah.
But otherwise, if it were like I said, a 12-acre parcel, then you're only able to pinch off one to allow the parent tract to be 10 acres or more.
And I've seen
that's the intent, and that's great.
I've seen provisions where ordinances have a date specific. A lot of record on this date has X, division rights because there was a change in the ordinance, and so that's an option as well.
okay, so is everybody in agreement? We're going to bring this back in another time, have a work session, get your ideas, take some time to read this, get some maps with the zoning from Mr. Hughes, and then we'll come back. But I'm really glad we're working on this, and I'm sorry, but it's a complicated process, and we want to do it with the right heart and the right spirit, but also we want to protect the future of Caroline, so we have to make sure it's something that doesn't get abused. So thank you very much, Mr. Hughes. Is there any other questions?
I think a lot of the stuff that the planning commission put in this will limit a big chunk of abuse, and then we would be actually further limiting it. So I think it's a quality start for what we got to do. So
all right, great. What do I need to do? I see you up there.
Well, I just wanted to clarify. So you've got a motion to table it,
Mhm.
which has been seconded. And so
I need to take the vote.
you need to take the vote, but also before you vote on it, that doesn't have us bringing it back at any particular date certain. So we would need at a future meeting for you to make a motion to take it off the table. So you can either proceed that way, give yourself the flexibility to do the comment, or you can, amend your motion to defer it to the January meeting, the February meeting.
I mean, it's got to go out some time because we've got to have some time. March at a minimum.
We don't want. You can just keep the motion as made, and once you felt like you're comfortable, someone can make a motion.
That's what I was thinking,
is
we would leave it until.
Yep.
Is that Mr. Black?
I don't want this to go into budget season, because once we start budget season, we're going to be concentrating on that. So I'd prefer sometime like February, so that way because budget season takes up so much of our time, and I'd much rather have a situation.
First of the year.
Well, I mean, early February is fine. Our first meeting in February, or the only meeting in February, I guess. But over the second meeting in January, it still gives us, 60 days almost. Just because of the fact that once you get into budget season, we're going to be tired. We're going to be going over lots of budget stuff, and I would just assume have this kind of hammered out by then. Just my thoughts.
I think we can figure out something by the end of February.
So how about,
Right, we only got one meeting.
One meeting.
Yeah.
By I think
February. No, February. By the February.
you're
meeting.
only talking 6 weeks away, basically, 'cause you gotta kill Christmas season.
And
We're not gonna, we're not
February
gonna
meeting
work.
gives us 6 weeks. Should give us plenty of time.
All right, even with the.
I think we're
Okay.
fairly close.
I think
I don't.
Madam Chair,
way too
Why don't
long.
we put it to, yes,
Pardon me.
Mr. Hughes?
so just one consideration is, remember, we have to do packet prep and all that stuff in advance. So you kind of limit your,
Okay, I'm gonna
prep
make the
time
motion
as
that we
well.
do it in March, and we leave it at that, because we're not gonna do budget in March anyhow.
Right.
First meeting in March.
Okay.
I have a motion to bring this back to,
Let's vote and then go to his motion. There's a motion on the table to table.
okay,
Well, can I make an amendment to the
I'll,
motion?
I'll amend my motion to the first
Bingo.
first meeting in March.
I'll second.
Excellent.
all right, we have a motion to defer this to the first meeting in March for continued discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
All right, thank you.
Thank
And,
you,
Mr. Chairman, I have
sirs, for
one
getting us out
question
of
for
that.
Mr. McKenzie. This is, just so we're clear, we've had our public meeting. We have an undecided item. This is not open for public comment. Is that correct?
That's correct, unless there's a
Significant
material change, a significant change.
That's published.
That's, well, so what I would expect is, we're going to do this collaborative kind of development process. If there's any change that's proposed that's significant enough, we'll probably recommend another public hearing in advance of consideration of that change, just so you can act on it that night. But we won't really know whether or not another public hearing is needed until we know what the edits are.
What? Okay.
Yeah. But as it stands
That
right
makes
now,
sense. So we want to be
assuming-
open about it.
Yeah.
We want people to be educated so they don't
Correct.
make mistakes.
yes, I mean, all things being equal, always err on the side of doing one. But if they're minor tweaks, you probably won't require another public hearing. If there's a major change, you might.
Okay.
Like if we made the minimum lot size in a conservation area 4 acres, for example,
It's not significant.
would that be significant enough to alter?
You're
or
not
to-
increasing the density; you're reducing density. So that might be acceptable. But that's along the lines of
Yeah.
But certainly, if you were to go the other direction, and increase the amount of density, or to say another way, reduce the minimum lot size, you'd probably need another.
And nothing would preclude someone from sending us emails with their suggestions, the public doing that anyway. Okay, just, yeah, okay, thank you.
and you will receive one of those emails when I send you the maps. We had a citizen this afternoon provide some comments about their perspective, and so you'll get that as well, if you haven't already received
Chief
it.
says there's only 2 people that's gonna get number 6. So can I make a motion to do number 6? $1,500, only 2 people.
I'll second that.
All right. Chief, you
2
gonna make your
people.
presentation? Great, sit down.
$1,500.
Madam Chair, we're on agenda item number 6. I would make a motion that we approve the proposed stipend for the Department of Fire and Rescue employees. Chief Loftus has informed me that there are only 2 employees that would be possibly eligible for this.
Second.
Thank you. Aye.
Motion and a second. I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? So moved.
Thank you.
Hi, Mr. Cully, how are you?
Evening, I'm fine.
Where are we at?
Informational calendar items. We have included in your packet the status of capital projects, a summary of planning commission actions from their November meeting, some of which you've discussed already tonight. We have it's been mentioned already, Bowling Green Christmas Parade at 5:30. Next Wednesday, starting at noon, we have the employee holiday luncheon in 2 seatings. So noon and 1 o'clock. So if you could attend one of those 2, or if you'd like to stay around for all of it, that's fine. We close half a day on the 24th and are closed on the 25th and 26th.
But after that, we were open till the end of the year. And we all closed on January 1st, which is a Thursday. Next board meeting is the 13th at 6, and I want to talk to you about that. We're closed Martin Luther King Day, which is the 19th, and then our second meeting of the month of January is the 27th. We have, and I've talked to most of you about this, that the schools have requested some possible dates for meetings, and what I've gotten from Dr. Calveric was January 7th or 8th, or the 13th prior to the regular board meeting at 6. The 8th is better for me, or the 13th if we can do it. 7th's not a good day. So those are the 3 that the schools have agreed they could do. They would like to meet to discuss prior to the January 13th meeting, because they have, made that request for their reversion funds of $840,000, I think is the number, but whatever, 800 plus to put in the modular units for Lewis and Clark.
What were the options? The 8th was one.
7th, 8th, which is Wednesday or Thursday, or those would just be standalone dates at 6 o'clock, or 4:30, like we've done in the past with them prior to our meeting, our regular meeting on the 13th.
Mr. Cully, have we gotten the MOU from the school system on the Bowling Green and the Madison Elementary and the middle school?
We got back the MOU, which then we sent back, we didn't accept. They are waiting for our revised version of an MOU, which we have not sent back. We basically at a point where there is no understanding. I'll let Chris describe that, but it's hard to negotiate MOU when there is no basis of understanding.
So can that be part of our meeting too then? Because we're just playing standstill.
Well, I would imagine that would be some of the discussion, but as to what the plan is, but that their plan is they feel like they're going to suffer drastic overcrowding.
I'm available on the 8th.
But that's different. I mean, yeah, talking about the overcrowding, that's something I'm sure you want to talk about, but that's one of the reasons for the MOU, so we could enlarge 2 schools. So
correct.
We're going to put the 2 lawyers together and come up with an agreement to take to everybody.
I don't think the lawyers can come up with an agreement when the bodies are
far apart.
Well, I think that should be that. I think that's what needs to happen. Is they need to understand that we want to add on to the schools and we're willing to pay for it. They can be part of the design and help design the building. But we've all pretty much agreed, I think the rest of the board, that we were going to actually do the construction.
And they completely disagree. So that's the problem. The lawyers
I don't know where we're going to go.
Well, they want to meet to ask and discuss what they're going to do at Lewis and Clark for the overcrowding.
Well,
I'm not advocating for the schools. They've asked for a meeting.
That's the western part. I would like to meet with them because people want to know. People want to know what the plan is, and I think we need to tell them outright that we plan to do part of the building. So we can't just keep on playing like, hey, we're not gonna. We've got to sit down with them. We can agree to disagree. We can agree to disagree on stuff, but I mean, I think that we need to meet to start so the public understands what path forward we want to take on, or why our differences are with them, rather than have the lawyers. We can do it face to face. I just think that just playing and not meeting with them, and putting off does us no good as a county. So I think we have to have a meeting with them to discuss some of these issues. We don't have to agree, but we should be meeting with them. And I'm available on January 8th. I cannot do the 7th.
I can do the 8th. Yeah, we do.
What you would need to do is recess out of tonight's meeting to the 8th if that's the night, or the 13th if that's the night, whatever you choose. But that would be how we would handle it, would be a recess. If you don't agree to do that, then our next regular meeting's at 6 o'clock on the 13th.
Clay, you okay on the 8th? We gotta meet with them.
We drew up an MOU
that
has not been dealt with.
Pass it down.
But
So we have a motion to meet with the school board on the 8th. At what time, Mr. Cully?
6 PM. I didn't hear a motion, but you would need to recess out of this meeting to 6 PM on the 8th in the EOC to meet with the school board.
I'm seeing.
Mr. Cully? What did, and when they asked for the meeting, what did they want to discuss primarily?
The funding to be given their reversion funds from FY '25 in the amount of I don't have it right in front of me, but 840, but I'll get you the number. But those unaudited at this date, we hope maybe by that time we would have the unaudited number of the money that they had left over to be used to put modular units at Lewis and Clark because they believe they're going to be extremely overcrowded given the growth that's going on in the neighborhoods over there. I think they're already overcrowded. They would have to give you those numbers and are prepared to. But as the main thing, they would obviously want to talk about the MOU or any of those things that you would want to talk about. You could certainly prepare, have us prepare an agenda for the things that you want to talk about.
And I think that's something that we can do as a board is whatever we want to talk about. I mean, it doesn't have to be just what they want to talk about. It can be what we want to talk about too. But we start to having discussions because we got to work with each other. At some point, we've got to figure out where they're coming from. They need to figure out where we're coming from. We need to get in one room and sit down and start hammering out some of the things because there is overcrowding going on. And we can't just ignore it. We got to figure out, even if we're in charge of it, we got to put a path forward on what we're doing, A, B, C, D.
We gave us a.
So we have a motion on the table to meet with the school board on.
The 8th is the night of the packet coming out. It's not fair to our staff to actually do that. That's the Thursday before our meeting.
The 13th is the best day.
The 13th
at
is.
4:30.
That is not fair to our staff.
13th is our meeting night.
Yeah, we've met with them before, right before our meeting.
Is it?
When do you expect to get the audit, Charlie? We just
Well, obviously, given the transition that was going on in the treasurer's office and things, we're behind. So I don't think we're going to be on time, but we have people working on it. I would hope that I would be able to have that number pretty well solidified by the 8th or the 13th.
I mean, we just in today's packet did an emergency procurement for the
Correct,
audit.
but we're already, yeah, but that was a cover ourselves. We already have them working.
Okay, but all right.
Auditors are working, and our finance team auditors that we procured are working. So our regular auditors have been working since the summer, and now this part that normally would have been done by a finance director is being done by through a team. Yeah. So yeah, the audit's ongoing. So I would think we may be able to give you that number by that time. I don't think I can give it to you next week, but.
So you think the 13th would be better?
Correct.
What?
I think the 13th is better for, obviously Pam Hall, who's preparing the packet on that day. And sometimes is still working on that at 7 o'clock at night. So
what time?
That would, if you really want to meet on the 8th, we would ask that we be able to put the board packet together on the 9th and not on the 8th. Or you can meet on the 13th at 4:30.
I would, yeah.
At 4?
That's not enough time.
Yeah,
no, 5's not.
You can't.
4:30.
4?
4:30.
4:30? Mr. Black, could you make 4:30?
Yeah, I'm still not sure that's enough time. I mean, considering that, I just don't know if
we've been waiting for an MOU for 6 months. And we've gotten no answer.
I don't disagree, and so that's why.
So why would we talk about more money? I mean, I've had people ask me, what's the story on Bowling Green Elementary? I said, we're waiting for the school board to give us permission to actually move forward. And that's what we're waiting on. And that includes the classrooms and the gym.
But this is more than just Bowling Green Elementary. I have overcrowding. People in the western part of the district. We're seeing Pendleton go up. We need to have a discussion about how we're gonna move forward, because there's tons of overcrowding at Lewis and Clark Elementary. And I don't care what we do, but we've gotta somehow figure out how we can alleviate that. So we have to have a discussion so we can tell our constituents, Mr. Forehand and I especially, that, hey, this is the plan going forward, long-term, 5 years, 10 years, how we're gonna alleviate
I
some of
agree
that.
with you, 5 years, 10 years, but they won't
Or
answer
even
they won't answer 8 months.
Well, we've got to have a discussion and have it out with them, so that way it's on public record where our stance is, but because just sitting here and not meeting with them is not doing either side any good. And we just keep on kicking the can down the road while people are talking to us on election day about why there's so much overcrowding at Lewis and Clark. And when we say we're not meeting, I want to meet with them. I may not agree with everything they say, but I want to meet with them.
Did you ever tell any of your constituents that we've offered to actually start construction on 2 buildings, that they won't give us an MOU on that? Because that's what my answer to my constituents are.
Well, Bowling Green,
is-
we've started with Bowling Green, but that's, and the only thing we're talking about is Malchers right now or Madison, but that doesn't alleviate the problem at Lewis and Clark. That doesn't alleviate the problem that I have in the western part of the county. Anything that we do with the schools is gonna have to alleviate Lewis and Clark. It's gonna have to.
But that's not true, Mr. Black.
It's gonna have to alleviate problems at all schools, but we have massive
We have to look
overcrowding at Lewis and Clark Elementary.
There has to be a plan for
Then let's
overcrowding
meet with them.
in the county, period.
And exactly, exactly.
But
But
let
we
me
took
say
care
this,
of, we
but
took care of 2
it
schools
comes
right
in-
now,
But
we're not taking care of Lewis and Clark.
It comes in
One at a
steps.
time.
So
I
that's
thought
why
I
we
was
need to meet
talking.
with them.
Yeah, Mr.
So my vote is for, even if we can do 4 o'clock, I don't like meeting with them on a non-Thursday, or just before a board meeting, because it makes the night go forever and we're gonna be fried. I would prefer to meet with them on Thursday and let the staff get out the board packet, later on.
On Friday, we can get it out on Friday if y'all are acceptable with that. We'll just move that day to Friday.
No, I think we need to do this on the, we can't, our
okay.
staff shouldn't be paying
Then
for
do
what
it,
we're
then do it
doing.
on the, then do it at 4 o'clock on the
12th.
12th.
No, not,
13th,
13th, I'm sorry, the Tuesday, whatever that day is.
Tuesday the
whatever.
13th,
Yeah,
our next
13th.
regular meeting.
Yes.
Madam Chair, can I
Yes.
all I'm gonna say is I want clear understanding of what we're trying to accomplish. If we're looking at alleviating the overcrowding, moving forward, short term, long term, then
Term 2,
put
yes.
that. Yeah, I'm speaking now. I don't need to interpret. I want a clear understanding of what we're looking at. Are we looking at the MOU as part of that plan? Are we looking at a separate plan that they have in mind? I want a clear understanding and delineation of what we're going to do. I'm not going to sit here and go back and forth that we say we want a MOU for Bowling Green and Madison, and they say, well, no, we don't want to do that. I'm not going to waste 2 hours sitting there looking across the table and have a total disagreement about where we go. They have an idea, we have an idea.
Mm-hmm.
If they want to put it in writing, we put our MOU in writing. We said what we wanted to do, clearly. Then put it in writing, sit down, or take a look at it, and we can discuss it. But I'm not going to sit there and just say, we say this and you say that. That's not going to happen.
I think you're right, Mr. Edwards, that the purpose of the meeting has got to be to move forward and accomplish things. And if that is getting an MOU brought in by them and us having, an idea for Lewis and Clark, then that would be wonderful. That would at least get us talking to one another. But we're not going to change anything if we don't talk. I don't care if it's 2 on 2. I don't care if it's 4 or 4 from this board and 5 from their board. You got to get in the same room. I personally would rather not have an on-board meeting also, Mr. Black, but I think if we can meet at 4 and we keep the agenda very limited to MOU and next year for Lewis and Clark for the overcrowding, a short-term fix there, then we can probably get it done if we meet at 4. But doing nothing ain't gonna do a thing for anybody. So
Agreed.
we need to move forward. So is the 13th the best day for everybody?
That'll work.
But you're willing. Every once in a while you gotta So, yeah, I know some people are not gonna be able to get, you wanna do 4:30? And squeeze it an hour?
Put your mic on.
Identify the meeting. Clearly tell us what the goal is.
We would certainly work on that. You wanna state that so that Marcia can hear, cause I know she's out there. So, the idea is that we need to know, ahead of time, the goal for the school, their main goal for meeting, and school already knows what our main goals are. So, that being
Their
said,
request was for that reversion money from FY '25 to be used to purchase and get started on the modulars. Evidently, there are some constraints there. There are power issues there. There are various things that are going to take them longer to do than what was done at Bowling Green. So they don't want to wait, and they want to be able to get it open for the fall. Those are the things that I know.
okay. All right. 4:30 on the 13th.
I mean, if we can, I would prefer 4, so it gives us extra time.
Okay.
But I mean, I usually don't prefer 4, but yeah.
Right. Our purpose is the MOU. Their purpose is to talk about the trailers.
Okay, then let's go discuss them both.
All right. So 4:00 on the 13th, next door here is the motion. Do I have a second? I have a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Aye.
Correct. Still
All
got to
right.
do that.
Motion passes.
Correct. We still need to adjourn to that time at the end of recess to that time at the end of the meeting.
All right. Yeah. Get Mr. Cullors to it. All right. I'll stay in until the meeting. That'll be my last non-board meeting to attend then, on the 8th. On the 13th. I can do that. So the motion is on the floor and it was Mr. Black, yes? Who said nay? One nay? Oh, you said yes. Okay. So, and you said nay. Yeah, okay. So 4-1. I just didn't know what they could hear. All right, guys, I need to get the vote again because I'm not sure who said what. No.
It was, so I'll vote aye. Aye.
Aye.
Without the purpose of the meeting, I mean, here we are again with nothing in writing. We've made an offer to them,
Reversion funds.
but our purpose is the MOU, correct?
So then we add it to the agenda.
So that'll be first on the agenda? That's the first thing we're gonna talk about? If that's the first thing, okay, I'll vote yes.
And Mr. Underwood, you were aye. All right, motion passes.
Just for clarity, they submitted an MOU back to us that we sent back with Chris that we didn't accept. So they consider they have responded. So that it's not that they never responded. They responded with what we didn't remember. They changed it completely. We didn't agree. So our disagreement, they're now waiting. Well, what is the new MOU? So they feel like they're waiting on us for an MOU. We feel like we're waiting on them. That's why the attorneys have been able to do nothing, because the boards are completely at odds.
Let's stop playing. Their MOU said they would do the construction.
Correct.
Our MOU said we would do the construction.
Correct.
I think that's the issue right there.
Correct. I'm sure.
So does the board consider us doing the construction, Jeff Black?
So the schools are gonna pay for the construction?
Wait a second. Jeff Black, you said the board of supervisors should do the
I
construction.
believe, based on the Caroline High School situation, when we did this, yes. I believe that the Board of Supervisors, because we have we have a building department that can help out with it. So yes, I believe that we should be in charge of that. The previous one, yes. So my answer is yes, we should be.
Does anybody else believe that the Board of Supervisors should not be in charge of the construction? Okay. We all agree the Board of Supervisors should be in charge of construction. We also all agree that the school board is in charge of whatever design or security they need for that particular addition. We all agree with that?
Yep.
We all agree with that? What's the problem?
They don't agree.
Well, that's where we are.
I agree with you, but
And-
that's why it can't be negotiated with the attorneys because they.
But what I have just said is we, the Board of Supervisors, are again willing to pay for this addition to do
And the architectural services.
and all of the services required. We are also willing to have the school board design everything they need and oversee whatever they need to oversee to ensure the safety of the students that are in the building now. Having said that, it seems like we're at a position of saying, let's go ahead and do it. We've taken up the first hour and a half of our meeting on the 13th, and now we can start talking about reversion funds.
Miss, can I ask you to clarify something? You said they could oversee those couple of things, the security and the design.
They have
But-
concerns about the security of the actual building while construction's going on.
Right, but they're gonna give us they're gonna give our, whoever we hired to work. They're not gonna have.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, they've gotta give
They
them
have to give us
complete
the
access.
list.
And we're gonna actually design the building with all their input, correct?
Correct.
So we're gonna, Mr. Black, you're right, we're gonna design with all their input and build. I mean, that's what.
With consideration of
And
all
the
their
gym.
input.
Right, with their input.
And the gym.
We were going to consider all their input. We're gonna come up with the
I mean,
best
that's where we
design.
are.
We're gonna do
Correct,
it.
but remember, their MOU also had the start of and design of a new elementary school and working on that too. So that was all stuff that was in their MOU.
And again, we have said, and I've said to you, we are gonna put a new school in our CIP when we go through the budget process. We just all don't agree yet, because I want to do a high school, somebody else wants to do
Elementary school.
another
Correct,
school.
correct.
So, but we do agree that we want to have a school in our CIP so we can work towards that.
Right, I'm just giving you the specifics of what was in their MOU that they're specifically looking for.
I'm sick, I'm tired, I want to go home.
Right there with you.
Trying to get us to the point of saying, here we are, this is the decision we're going to make. That's it.
And if they don't want to meet, then they can figure out what they're gonna do next year. But we gotta meet or it's not gonna get done. So we have a motion to meet on the 8th at 4.
Not on the 8th.
Wait a minute, hold on, 13th, on the 13th.
Passed. Yeah.
Yeah.
Motion, you
That
carried a
motion's
motion
done.
to meet on the 13th at 4 p.m.
All right.
6-0.
So, and that got approved, everybody voted.
That's the purpose of the meeting, to get past that. I don't see how it's so hard. Huh? Well,
I mean, is there a meeting when they come in and they don't want to answer those questions?
Well, we could say we met with them, if they don't wanna talk, they don't wanna talk. Mr. Foreham, would you please move forward with closed
I
session?
move that this board convene in closed session pursuant to the consultation with legal counsel and litigation exemptions of section 2.2-3711A7 and A8 of the Code of Virginia for consultation with the county attorney and discussion with staff regarding pending and anticipated regulatory action and litigation before the State Corporation Commission involving public utilities, where discussion in open meeting would adversely affect the board's litigating posture. I get a
Do I have a
motion
second?
or a second?
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
We are adjourned to closed session. Thank you, everyone, for being here.
District closed.
Mr. Forehand, would you please lead us out, read us out?
Yes, I move that the Carolina County Board of Supervisors certify that to the best of each board member's knowledge that one, only public business matters lawfully exempted from the open meeting requirement by Virginia law or discussed in closed meeting for which this certification applies, and two, only public business matters that were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered by the board.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Mr. Black, do you so certify? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, Mr. Black, do you so certify?
I so certify.
Mr. Thomas? Mr. Forehand?
I so certify.
I so certify. Mr. Sealy?
I so certify.
Mr. Underwood?
A motion to recess to 4 o'clock on the 13th.
4:30.
All right, is the motion 4:30 of the 13th
Of December.
of December?
Oh, of
January. That's right.
January. What are you
I
doing?
don't know. I'm confusing everybody.
January.
All right, so the motion is to adjourn to 4:30, January 13th at the EOC meeting with the school board. Do I have?
I'll second.
I have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? So moved.
We are in recess.
We are recessed until meeting time.